Today is March 22nd of 2016. My name is Brian McDevitt with the Pritzker Military Museum and Library, and we're joined today by Mr. Alvin Goldstein. Mr. Goldstein fought in World War II. He was in the Pacific Theater as a bombardier and a navigator in a B-29. Wrong again? What? Oh, I thought I had that one right. Were you just a bombardier? Or just a navigator?
What do you mean, just?
Well,
I am.
Hey, no offense, but yeah.
They invented a new thing called radar.
Yes.
You guys have never heard of radar?
Yeah, it was
Oh,
top
now
secret.
you heard about it. They wanted, because sometimes it was overcast. Sometimes the area was overcast and they couldn't deliver the bombs properly and on the right spot and on the right target. So they invented a thing called radar. You know what they needed? They needed bombardiers or navigators to read the radar, to go to radar school, because we were the smartest.
Yeah.
I never thought I was smart, but I was ambitious.
Fake it till you make it.
That's right.
Fake it till you make it. Yeah.
And I was told you never volunteer for any assignment. That one I volunteered. Do you know why?
Because it was important and it was...
Well, it was part of my thinking too. Maybe that's the new thing that's coming. I'll be able to get a job when I get out of the service. You got to think about that too. Not like Tom or you. You guys come from rich families. You don't have to work. I didn't. We came from dirt poor families. It says, Jesus, if I could learn this radar crap, there's a lot of guys that are bombardiers. I know what the hell they're never going to make a living. Not from this. Navigators, they can make a living. You need them. Radar, the navigator can't live without the radar. I'm the radar guy. So I went to school. And the school was only like 4 or 5 years. I figured about 4 or 5 years, the goddamn war will be over. Also.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't 4 or 5 years, unfortunately, I found out.
So were you a radar operator?
Radar, I flew, it's called radar observer.
Radar observer.
I sit in the back and not in the front, where the bombardier sits in the nose. The navigator sits behind him. Well, he sits behind the pilot. A wall, the navigator. Bombardier, pilot, navigator. Radar, I'm in the back. Beyond the bomb bays, beyond the gunners, between the tail and the bomb bays. In my own office.
Yeah.
You know, I got it made in the shade. And I can tell them what it looks like. You do it today on your iPhones. You say, oh, I-94, don't go that way. And that's what I was able to tell them. The screen, it was really fantastic. And you could tell them what the weather was. I could tell them what was in the air. I could look through the clouds. It was fantastic.
That's beautiful.
That's what I have to learn. Okay, now it's time.
All right, so we'll start it one more time?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, Alvin, if you will, can we start off with where and when were you born?
I was born that's a long story.
We got all that?
We got, yeah.
This will knock you out. I'm born to a Russian immigrant Jewish girl who has never seen the inside of a school. Guess what? I'm the first born. Guess what? A cesarean birth. You know what a cesarean birth was? In those years, it wasn't done with the normal OB. They had a professor, even his name I know, because it was made indelible in our family. His name was Rudolph Holmes, professor, not doctor, Northwestern University. It was Augustana Hospital, Lincoln Avenue, Chicago, February 15th, 1923. As a matter of fact, you know, you Jewish guys, you have to name after those that have passed, so to continue on the heritage, the tradition. My mother named me Alvin after her deceased father. Rudolph was my middle name. R. It's on my birth certificate. And I always asked her, because they looked, when you was a Syrian birth, as a matter of fact, I have a scar on my back. That's to show you how amateur they were when they cut me out of the sack. They cut my back. Augustana Hospital. So needless to say, I answer your question, how I got R. Everything is a story. Go ahead. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't want to make it long.
No, please. So what was the neighborhood like when you were growing up?
It's a long story. It's a long story. The Augustana Hospital wasn't, we lived in the 1500 block of South Washington Avenue. I think it was 1527, 26, 29, I don't know. It was a beautiful two-flat in the front, and in the back was 4 apartments on the same lot, a tall frame building. When I think about this, I tell you, it really, it stones me. When my father came to this country, you see what this got to do with, I'm asking you what the block was like. Well, you have to know what the block was like. My father came to this country. Now a Jewish man in Tsarist Russia had no rights. His father, my grandfather, Mordecai, as I told you before, he was drafted to go into the military. Now, you know what the draft age was then? 18. Do you know when he was 18, he had 2 children already? He had 2 children already. And there wasn't any McDonald's or television. There was work and raising a family. And most of the Jews in Tsarist Russia of that age had done things which we know today as 4F, to get out of the service. Most of them cut their trigger fingers off. So a lot of the Jewish immigrants that I knew as a little boy growing up, the grandpas all had no fingers, no trigger fingers. My grandpa was different. He had big blue eyes. He pinpricked, blinded himself with one eye. One eye was total, like the blue in that picture. The water was a watery blue. I used to say to my father when I was 4 or 5 years old, I remember specifically, why is Grandpa's eye like that? It wasn't Grandpa, it was Zadie. Why is Zadie's eye like that? Zadie is Grandpa for Jewish. And he would tell me. Now, when he went off into the service, a Jew, there's no AOL, I mean, there's no leaves, there's no, you don't get a commission. You know, you're lucky you got to be a PFC. And they drafted him anyway. He drafted him anyway with the blind eye and with 2 children. Lucky for my grandma that she had a couple brothers that were pretty rock solid. Not rock solid, they were also dirt poor, but they provided for the family of the 2 girls, of the boy and a girl, my Uncle Sam and my Aunt Hannah. And my grandpa was drafted. So about 7 years later, not a year, which he gets leave, not 5 years, because you did us wrong. About 7 years later, he goes AWOL. He wants to go see his family. 9 months later, my Aunt Rose is born. 2.5, 3 years later, he goes AWOL again. He can't, he's a 3-time loser. He's a lifer in the Russian army, without a doubt. 9 months later, my dad is born. About 8 years later, listen how long he's been in the service. Do you realize it's been like 15 years in the service? And there's no getting out. At the end of not at the end of the block, but at the end of the dirt road was a huge Russian monastery. Now in the monastery, the monks teach you so that you can teach them catechism, continue on the life of the community. And that's why the land is still owned by the Tsar's family. Not the Tsar, but the Tsar owns it, but he delegates it to the Count, and that's how you become, or the Duke, whatever word you want to give it. And they see this nice little 7, 8-year-old boy running around in the dirt roads. Now they're like the Mormons, the Russian Orthodox. They like to proselytize. So they go to my grandma and they ask for permission, and she evaluates it as he'll have a roof over his head, he'll have food in his belly, he'll have clothing, he'll be warm. The winter, Russian winters, they lose half the population to colds and flu and pneumonia. Because they have no windows, they have shutters. It's terrible living. As a joke, I once was sitting at a family meeting, our family club, and I had an uncle who was, it's my mother's cousin, was married to this guy who was very humorous, very bright guy. And I was sitting, and there was a lamp between the two chairs, just like that lamp we're sitting here. And I happened to look at the carpet. It was color like this, white. It was my cousin's house. And there was a lull in the meeting. And it was a social group, really. So I said to him, Abe, what kind of floors did you have in the shtetl, in the house that you lived in? He says, did you have wall-to-wall carpet like this? He said, we had wall-to-wall schmutz. You know what wall-to-wall schmutz is? Schmutz is dirt. It's earth. There were no floors. They had the earth. They lived on the earth. It was terrible living. Anyway, back to the...
Yeah, so how did your mother and father make their way to the States? How did they get to Chicago?
This is important that you know this. So he went to the monastery. 7 years later, he was an educated priest, but they couldn't ordain him. You have to get ordainment, permission from the father. The father's a jailbird, my grandpa, so they didn't go to him. They knew sooner or later he'll either die or something's going to happen. So he was wearing now a high white collar, teaching catechism. Don't forget, he was like 17 years old, because he'd spent, maybe 16 years old. But he was good enough, he was a good student. All of a sudden, the Duke, the Count, the aristocrat, son now takes over the camp, walks into the camp, and he says, Mordecai, what are you doing here? I thought you went home years ago. He says, get out of here. Mordecai went home, found his son with the high white collar, immediately wrote a letter to the 2 children. The 2 older children had children now as old as my father, were living in America, sent there, got the money, the wherewithal. They didn't get any money, they got the wherewithal to get to America from my grandma's brothers. My grandma's brothers. They gave him the money. So he wrote a letter. Didn't have television, didn't have internet. It took a long time. They got the answer back, and they sent the two, my Aunt Rose and my father, back to the United States. That's how he got to the U.S. Anyway, the long and short of it is, he came to America. My father came to America. Now remember, he's different than you normal Jewish guys. So all you Jewish guys, you couldn't go to school. You weren't stupid, you were just ignorant. You were uneducated. No schooling. This H.D. Goldstein was educated. All he had to do was learn English. And he did rapidly learn English. And he learned it so fast that he answered an ad in the newspaper. The name of the company was Chicago Mutual Insurance Company. And he was selling health and accident insurance policies. Now to whom? Now remember, his Russian bear no accent. That's not clear as, I forget where he was educated. He doesn't speak with an accent. See, most of you Jewish guys, you talk Russian, but with a Jewish accent. Not him. So he got on a streetcar. Oh, so he lived with my aunt, Hannah's family. I'm not going to go into how he got here, but that's a story by itself. He lived there, got on the Ogden Avenue, and he went to the far south side where the Russian immigrants lived. And they bought the insurance in mobs from him because he could speak, he could explain it, and it made sense. If you get sick, who else is going to provide? The insurance company. And it was, you paid pennies. So he wrote insurance policies by the handful. He was doing real well. Guess what happened? They built a house, a 2-flat. My father went in and bought it. He owned the 2-flat. And with it came that 4-flat frame building in the back. But the new 2-flat he owned. Now, one of the insurance customers was, I'll never forget the name. It's amazing that I can remember all of this. S&L Beverage Company. They made pop, soda pop, and seltzer. Jews drank a lot of seltzer. It was S&L, it was Siegel and Levin. I'm not sure of the last one. It could have been Levi or Levin, but Siegel I know. My mother comes to this country about a year after my dad. They don't know each other. They're from the same area. Okay?
In Russia?
In the Ukraine. Okay. And I told you a girl was low on the totem pole, and she didn't have any money to own, even to rent. And they all worked in sweatshops in downtown Chicago, and she came with a younger sister. My father came through the port of New York. My mother came through the port of Boston. And she had a very, very, very tough life. Very tough. As a matter of fact, she once told me that she prayed that she wouldn't have girls, because that's how low on the totem pole a girl was. And one of the insurance customers was Abe Siegel. My mother was a boarder in their house. She lived with Abe and Frida Siegel. I remember all those names. And there was the oldest boy was Sonny. I don't know his first name. But the second boy was Leonard. Leonard was a very fine guy. Had a little something with me enlisting in the Air Corps. So you don't get drafted. You have to enlist. Leonard and my cousin Milton, remember I told you about the family club? He got killed. So we had a family club named after Milton Frankl. It's a small world.
Yeah.
And all of this connects. So Abe Siegel says, because my mother was a very, very uneducated but talented, artsy. She made all the draperies in our house. She made all of her own. She had a model on the floor. I remember it. As long as I was a kid, I remember her with that. She was a dressmaker, but she was really unique. She was very talented. And so she had a job working for, I don't know, Hart, Shafter and Marks in their sweatshop, but she was doing the design work. And she was a looker. And HD was a guy, had a few bucks, and he was intelligent. It was a perfect match. Abe and Frida made the match. They got married. When he got married, I want to show you the kind of guy my father was. There was nobody was equal to him. He was educated. He was heads and heels above everybody. And one of the things he did is when he's getting married, she's going to own half of that 2-flat and that 4-flat. It's a spouse. So he asked permission from his parents because he had given them half ownership in the property. And they said, for her, yes. That's how nice she was. And she didn't understand what the hell was going on, and she couldn't give a care. She could care less. Again, uneducated, remember, but talented, very artsy. It goes off into 2 of the 4 kids. That gene traveled. I'm born. There's a picture. I'm going to find all of this. That I'm sitting on the front step of that 2-flat in a. My mother's holding me, and it's a very, very difficult birth. It's called cesarean birth, unheard of in those years. Professor Rudolph Holmes, hence the name Alvin R. Anyway, back to your question, which was
about the neighborhood. So having those parents from such humble beginnings that worked so hard and coming up in the Great Depression, what was the Great Depression like for you and your family in Chicago?
My father, my mother, remember his sister, his brother, all of them were totally, again, not stupid, ignorant, very difficult to get along with that culture. My mother was away from that. She too, not stupid, also ignorant, but she had another gene, which was a good one. She just couldn't get along. She couldn't live in that environment with his relatives, because they were hard working, and they weren't stiffs. They were uneducated. She wanted out, so he didn't sell the building to his parents. He gave it with the permission of his wife. Had to have his wife's permission because she was his partner. It's a story in her family. It goes on. Of course, everything went to the parents because the father and mother were absolutely, not only were they ignorant, they were elderly. They needed the income from the buildings, which wasn't still enough to take care of them.
And how old were you at this time?
I'm one.
You're one?
One.
So he transfers it over to your grandparents with her permission, and then do you guys move to another neighborhood?
Logan Square.
Logan Square?
And lived there until I start kindergarten at the Brentano School on Washington Avenue. Small world, isn't it? Isn't that a small world?
Yeah.
this school, Brentano School, you can see it every time with one of the kids when I ride back and forth from downtown onto Edens. Well, it's onto Kennedy. You pass Logan Square, you see the school. And I always say to them, did I ever tell you, Brian? You told me it about 300 times, Dad, when we go by it at school. Anyway, I went to school there at kindergarten. I started kindergarten there. And my dad was doing well again. Time now to move on from there. At my first grade was at a school called Cameron, Cameron, Monticello and Grand. It was an upscale neighborhood. And my dad, and there was a two-flat that was being built, 1219 North Avers Avenue. My dad bought it, and we moved. Our tenants was a two-flat, was a yellow brick in an older community, but the building stood out. It shone, it had an octagon front. It was really nice. But remember, we grew up, both my brother and then my brother was born 2.5 years later in August of 1925, and now we're living on 1219 North Avers Avenue. Now there, we're the only Jews in the neighborhood. There are two schools, Our Lady of Angels, which you've probably heard of. That's the one that had the big fire, where the Italians and the Irish went. And then to the north of it, on North Avenue, maternity BVM, where it was loaded with Irish, okay? It was this, there was a little bit of a division between the Irish and the Italians too, let me tell you. And as a matter of fact, in OLA, our culture was different. I had difficulty when I left the neighborhood to go to Austin High School. And I'm telling you, I was a fair athlete. I had good hand-eye coordination, and I was swift.
And you worked hard.
I didn't even have to work at it. It came natural, And I played. Augie Pike was he was the vice president. He was one of the tenants. The Fioritos, they moved, and the Pikes moved in. I'll never forget it. And he wanted me to play for his team. He sponsored he was an officer at the Catholic Order of Foresters. And I played on that team. I was honored. And I also played on the OLA team. My brother and we were the only Jewish kids in the neighborhood. And we played in these two Catholic. As a result, there's a soft spot in my heart for the Catholics, which I'll get to when I get to Tinian and the Marianas. I just had a good life. I had a good life.
Did your parents force you to work to help supplement the income during the Depression, or was your dad well enough off that it was?
He was well enough off. He made a good living. During the Depression, he worked hard, but remember, that was his job. See, in the liturgy, it says that the woman shall bear the children and the man shall provide. That's what he did. And that's what I did too. I did it even with my wife. Because when I met, you're not ready for when I meet my wife. Are you ready for this one?
Sure.
Sit back. You're really gonna have enjoyment. I come home one afternoon. Oh, then my father sold 1219 North Avers Avenue after we got into high school. And he bought a 3-flat, also with one of those nice, well-structured, good look, also above and beyond anything in the neighborhood. And my brother and I went to Austin High School. It was out of the district, but we were accommodated for our athletic acumen. It meant nothing. It was a different culture, that's all. Or I had trouble getting along with you guys. I had a little, because it was a culture clash, but I adjusted. Now my dad, after we moved into that building, my mother, I told you, artsy, she wants us to, and there was a reason too for it. My father, education. We had to go to Hebrew school. Where we were living, there were no Hebrew schools. Now we're getting ready to go to high school. We better get near a school because he's already got, my mother, while we're still living on Evers Avenue, believe it or not, you know what she used to do on the Saturdays when she got through working in those dress factories, as a, a sweatshop. She would climb to the top of the opera house. She'd buy a ticket to see the opera. She was cultured. She had an air of refinement. Not to hold it over everybody, because she didn't hold it over everybody, but that's where she went. And then when I got old enough to stand up, instead of me playing baseball outside with softball, did not until the Catholic Order of Foresters, that was hardball. Softball, you played in the streets. She brought in a teacher to teach us Hebrew because we didn't live it. But now we moved to 3239 Hirsch. There we could go to the Cheder, to the Jewish school. We could walk, but we were still walking when we first started from 1219 North Avers. We walked like a mile every day after school 5 days a week. And in the house, both on Avers and on Hirsch it stopped because I had other activities like baseball, no wrestling, boxing a lot. And in came the violin. So I started to play the violin. My mother wanted me to play the violin. I'll never forget, the guy wrote the music, and one day I heard them playing, and I heard my name being called. We lived on the first floor of that 2 flats on Evers. Alvin, come on, we need you. So my mother had me in the bedroom off the kitchen, and I'm playing the violin. And I'm not bad at it because all it takes is, a reasonable amount of intelligence to read a note, find it on the string. But I had the violin. I needed the violin like I needed a hole in my head. I had other things. Baseball was more important to me.
And what kind of subjects were you interested in school? Like, did you excel at math, or were you were you a good student, poor student?
Poor student. No, I was a good student. I never opened a book. I'm going to get to that. Went to college. It wasn't until college that I knew you had to study. I'll tell you that story. That was a wake-up call. So I climb out the window. We're on the first floor. I'm agile. I'm not athletic alone. I'm agile. And I hit the fence with the top of the fence, climb down. I'm playing baseball. And guess what I do? I had a ball right through the window of one of the neighbors' houses, an Italian neighbor. Whoa! I better get home, up the fence, into the room, pick up the violin, and at the back door, I hear the knocking of the neighbor. He called my mother. My mother answers the door. She says, "What are you talking?" I hear her responding, "What are you talking about?" "He's practicing the violin." She opens up the door, and there I am.
Beads of sweat.
How did you know that? She saw right away that the neighbor was right and I was wrong. That's when she ended the violin lessons. And that's when we moved. It was time to go. And now we're on Her Street. On Her Street, I had little problems because, again, a culture change, a swing.
If I may, did you experience a lot of anti-Semitism?
Like you have never believed in your life.
Because I got to assume with the Irish and the Italian neighborhoods and everything, it's
You don't know the half of it. As a matter of fact, it was normal. I thought it was normal. When I was on the skates, they would, from another block, from Springfield. I was on Everts. The guys on Everts were my buddies. But on Springfield, whoa, baby. And I remember, I told my brother, I says, worst comes to worst, you can't fight when you're on skates. Get out of the grass. But then you can use the skate too, And one day I remember in front of George Hodges' house, they were good neighbors. The Doyles, the Hodgeses, the Flanagans, the McCormicks, the Canzonaries, the Palombos, and the Capizios. The Capizios were big at boxing, and we were good boxers. That's what we did. On a typical Friday night, you stood outside in the alley, the driveway of one of the garages, and the mothers and fathers came with their little chairs, little metal chairs with, not chrome, they were painted white, I'll never forget them. And the seats were not cushions, they were steel. And they would watch the boys fight. And you know what where the boys fought during the day? In our basement. Do you know why? My father set up a ring, and he bought us boxing gloves. And we got trained by Leon Davis, who lived around the corner, was the Chicago fireman. I'm telling you, I can never forget this. Except one day I hit Capizio so hard, I split his eye. And you know who his cousin was? Tough Tony Capizio. I was afraid he would come and kill me. And I had him in the sink where the laundry room, we were in the basement. So I put him in the laundry room and I was putting cold water and rags on his head to stop the bleeding. I'll never forget that. I was doing it because I was afraid I was going to get killed by his uncle or his cousin.
Were they in the mafia, you think?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Tough Tony was a mafioso. But the boys weren't. Angelo and Vito, they were friends. They were our friends. Even through high school. It was hard for me to leave my friends, let me tell you. Now you want to know, you had another question?
Well, I can't remember exactly what it was, but yeah, just kind of asking what kind of student you were leading up to.
I want to tell you, I never opened a book. Even the Latin, I remember that. I used to try to remember the guy's name was Mr. Little. Do you know what little is in Latin? Parva. We used to joke, we used to call him Mr. Parva. Not to him, but amongst us. And I got, my personality was outgoing always an outgoing person. Now I go to the U of I, and I take my first rhetoric exam. Rhetoric, that's composition. It's English. And I'll never forget the paper. As long as I live, I've told the story a million times. The paper comes back, I'm a freshman, and it says 39, the test result. So after, I'll never forget his name either, Mr. Camp. I think he made a mistake. I think he meant the 93, for the paper. He says, no, I meant a 39. He says, you better begin to button down, come and see me tomorrow afternoon, or, I went to his special class where I could learn how to write. That's how I would wound up. I even remember an English, a math professor. You can't go to school without opening a book. You got to read. You have to know what the hell's going on. Anti-Semitism. So I'm sitting in this algebra class. I said, how can this guy teach me? He's got a black suit on with a white tie and a white shirt and the vest, and underneath the vest, the tie bottom is hanging out down to his drawers. And he's got gym shoes on. I said, this is the guy, this is the, I said, this is ridiculous. But I said, I have to do it. Because if I don't, I'm going to have a lot of trouble. So that was my first semester. You know, I was at the second semester, North Park College. And I took trigonometry. I passed barely all the classes. Because if you flunk out, they throw you out of the school. I passed, but I took I took RET, the second semester RET, at North Park College on Foster Avenue. Took a bus to get there every day in the summertime to avoid getting flunked out. I figured, what the hell, while I'm here, I might as well take those courses. I mean, I took trig. You know, I took trig. I was already thinking about, I'm going to wind up in the Air Corps, because that's the elite service. I'm not going to go in the infantry, although I'm going to get drug into it, but I'm going to get out of it.
And this is 1941, would you say? Or
Yeah.
around
Oh, yeah. 1940.
Real quick before we
This
push
is
on.
before 1940.
Yeah. So what did you know
This is
about
1940.
what did you know about the war in Europe at this time?
Nothing.
Nothing? Yeah.
Nothing. Nothing. I just knew about the Jews being killed, which was bothered me no end. The anti-Semitism bothered me no end. But I was taught by my dad, if somebody takes the right to punish you like that, you in turn have to respond. And there's only one way you can respond. He says, with your dukes. He says, now if the guy's as big as Brian or as big as Tommy, you know what you do? Make sure that you get the first shot in, but make sure it's on the nose, you know, in the teeth somewhere, and make sure it's loaded with steam. And that's why you got the boxing gloves. And that's why Leon Davis has come over to teach you how to use your dukes. If that happens, let them have it, because they're bullying you. That's all they're doing. And you're going to get into the principal's office too. But guess what? When you get to the principal's office, the guy that bullied you is going to have people around, because when you get that first shot in and you keep swinging until stop the fight. He's covered with blood, okay? Because you got him on the nose, he's going to bleed. In the teeth, he's going to bleed from the mouth. And then it's going to be his fault, because the students are going to say, he started it. All Alvin did was defended himself. And then he says, then I don't have to go to the school. He didn't have to go once, never once. So that was the growing up. Now it happens about the anti-Semitism. I'm glad you brought that up. In comes to our college the first Heisman Trophy winner, G. Berwanger, University of Chicago. You guys don't know. Did you ever hear of him? He recruits us. Now, my mother and dad want me to stay in school, get an education, to make a living, an honorable living. You can't do it without an education. So I said, boy, if my mother and dad knew what I was doing, they'd kill me. I'm going to go. So he, in turn, G. Berwanger, Naval Air Corps. Now, I'm not a good student, but I'm not bad. You know, I'm average. I'm maintaining, you know, a C+ average. But I have to go to Chicago to enlist in the Naval Air Corps. In the meantime, I'm wrestling so good. I tear a cartilage in my knee. Ain't so good. Whew. If my mom and pop find out about that, I'm in trouble. but I can't walk. I make it through. It heals. It's a torn cartilage. I can't wrestle. I'm done with that. I can't do anything. I'm lucky I'm walking. And, I am going to go. I'm going to enlist. So I go up there at the Board of Trade building. While we traveled, we didn't have any money. You hitchhiked. So I hitchhiked up there, and I can't do the squats. My knee is out. Guess what happens? I'm drafted. I'm home. I've got to go. I wind up in the service, in the infantry, while I'm in shape. So it's a tough battle. It ain't that bad. And all of a sudden, we do our 25-mile graduation hike. We're reading outdoors with the tents, because we're carrying the tent on our back. We have a backpack. We carry a tent, and I'm constantly drinking out of my, I would learn to drink a lot of water because I perspire.
Boxing and, yeah. Was it summertime or wintertime?
Summertime.
So it's hot.
Summertime, Camp Walters, Texas, Mineral Wells, Texas, just south of two names. It'll come to me.
San Antonio, maybe?
No. San Ann, El Pa, Fort Worth. So we do our 25-mile hike overnighter. It's a bummer. And we're all laying in bed. We hike back, go to our barracks, unload, flop in the sack, which was nothing. It was one of those, you put a mattress down on top of it. And all of a sudden, bugle, formation, outside. Some guy from the Air Corps is a recruiting team. So we fall out. Didn't have to get dressed. We were dressed already. We were laying in bed, covered with mud because we slept in the mud overnight, dripping wet. And they said, look, they won't even leave you rest here, for Christ's sakes. So we got outside, and looks like this guy. Nice, little shiny badge on his collar, wearing a tie. He's not even wearing the boots I got. I got boots. Everybody wore boots. No, this guy's got these little sandals, and he's got these little loafers, these brown loafers. They came into style. And we're sitting on the sand, on the dirt ground, and this guy's talking to us. I think he had a cigarette in his hand. This is Nutsville. What am I doing here? I says, I'm in the Air Corps. I'm lucky. Remember the three things? I don't have to tell you that yet. You need three things to attain advanced age: genes and luck. Neither one of them have any control over. The third one was remain physically active. That's why this has bothered me, because I belong to a gym. I never gave up, but the shortness of breath has been a bummer. The long and short of it is, I get into the I make this hand down. First I take the mental. It was nothing. And I think you had to have, I think they used like 130 as an IQ. So I know I was beyond that. I wasn't 180. I was just a little bit over average. And so I passed that. Then the physical was nothing. I'll never forget the eye test. The eye test was your depth perception. They had a big 2 strings, 2 weights as far away as that wall, and 2 pieces of wood that you have to line up. So they gave me she gave it to me. And I lined them up. She said, "You done?" I said, "Of course." I dropped it. That was my depth perception. I didn't have 20/20. I think I was 10/20. I was better than. I was just good. Again, luck and genes. And I'm now in the Air Corps. And then the next day we got a 5-miler. I'm walking with 5-miler with a full pack. I'm walking backwards. That's how easy it is for me. Because I'm in shape. The infantry really put me in shape. I'll never forget it as long as I live. I'll never forget it as long as I live.
What did your parents think? Did you tell them you were going to enlist, or did you just leave that and then once you got drafted, you let them know?
No, I got drafted. I didn't. I got drafted, and I'm in the infantry, and I'm suffering. And then that's a good question. And then this guy with the nice pearly teeth and the cigarette and the loafers. When we got done, I ran like a bullet to the
phone station or the...
where the telephones were at the PX.
The PX, yes.
I ran to the PX, and I called my father, and I said, "Dad, this is Alvin." And I told him what was going on. But you needed three letters of reference. So one was an old friend, Dr. Cotel. The other was his buddy, Clarence Keeler, who, by the way, it's a very interesting story. He started the Bishop Shield School of Social Studies in Chicago. He was a very devout Catholic and a very nice guy, and my dad mentored him. He loved my dad, and he was a former field artillery officer, graduate of Cornell University. Cotel was a graduate of the University of Illinois Medical School and a good friend of my father's. See, my father had good friends, intelligent, refined people, and the third one I can't remember, but he got me the 3 letters. What do they call it? Special delivery, overnight. I had them the next day, and I was in answer to your question. Now I'm brought to a place called I think they bring me back to Shepherd Field, and then they bring me for training to Nashville. There I meet 2 guys. They're both dead now. They were my friends for ages, for decades. They were smarter than me. There I meet 2 guys from the University of Indiana U, Charles Barnett and Tom Terry. Indiana U, both. Barnett is an Iowan, Terry is a Chicagoan, and he got a brain. He's got personality. See, the Irish could rule the world. Don't tell him that. I'll tell you where I read that. And now we line up in Nashville, Tennessee, and I've got the paper, and we have an opportunity to select what it is we want: pilot, navigator, or bombardier. So in the natural, I want to be a pilot. You know why? I can make a living with it when I get out. So I check off pilot. So Terry and Barnett say, "Alvin, Goldie, they called me Goldie. We got a little something to talk about." I said, "What's up?" He says, "Don't be a fool." Everybody in this room is going to want to be a pilot. You know what your chances are of getting in? It's reduced. He said, "Who the hell wants to be a pilot? You want to be a navigator?" I said, "Oh, I'll buy that. So I'll be a navigator." So I cross out, and before I write down navigator, he says, "Everybody wants to be a navigator. If they're not a pilot, they want to be a navigator. We want to be bombardiers." I said, "What do you tell them I do with a bombardier?" a certificate, I'm a bombardier. I go to apply for a job. He says, don't be a fool. And then I caught on right away when he said, don't be a fool. Whew. Where do I sign? Bombardier. The three of us made bombardier. We made it so good that I graduate from Deming, New Mexico. Top of the class. I'm numero uno bombardier.
And what's the training like as a bombardier? Do you remember like the regimen, like what you were?
Sure, it was nothing. For me, it was nothing. You know, physically, it was nothing. The other thing was learning. Lucky I took that trig.
I was going to ask, because there's a lot of math that goes into that, calculating the...
Very helpful. But you put the right numbers in, they do the mathematics into the bombardier. If you use your second hand, you put the equivalents in that you're looking for. You put the air, the height, and the wind direction, okay? And it's a trigonometric function, and it does it. And then it hits release. That's all there is to it. I says, I made it so good that I graduate numero uno in the class.
And did they have like a type of flight simulator for you guys in there? I know with the pilots, they had like the link system, they had, was there
Yeah, we did that. We did that along with in the bombardier training. It was important because before they sent us to bomb training out of Nashville, I didn't tell you, our next step from Nashville is CTD, College Training Detachment. And I land again, luck. I land at a place called, it's near Alcoa, Tennessee. It's called Maryville College. It's a small Methodist college with about 3,000 students. And they got the college training detachment for the Air Corps. No, we were not the Air Force. It was the Army, Air Corps of the Army. It's like we died and went to heaven. All the men out of the school are gone. There's 1,500 females and 0 males. We make up the difference. I never had it so good in my life. And the exercise into the routine from my training as an infantry soldier to the Air Corps was like, the Air Corps guys were like playing tennis. And we were marching 25 miles. Can you imagine? They had little exercises. I could do the exercises on one hand, okay? They needed all 4. I could do it in one hand. I could do it on my head. It was nothing. And marching in the morning through the Smokies, it was nothing. It was made to, I never had it so good in my life. And the girls had cars. Now comes the 10 hours of flight time. We're behind, and we march out to they drive us to the nearby airport, which is, you know where? It's a town where the University of Tennessee is at, called Knoxville. Knoxville, Tennessee. I go to Knoxville, Tennessee, but before I go there, my father, a luck, and genes, the book about that big. It's a little, like a joke book. You are going to be asked to take you back to the field after he rings you out. What's ringing out mean? It means power on stalls, spins. He's going to ring you out. They're going to give you an ERP cup to throw up into. Here's what you do. As soon as you get in, after you, he's going to ask you to take him back to the airfield. How are you going to find where the airfield? You do what you need. Street signs in the sky. There's no street signs. But if the sun is over your right shoulder, in the book, after he rings you out, you know where you're at, turn the airplane. You got the joystick, you got the pedals, just turn, left, right. You're flying out of the sun. you'll be right back to where you were at. No matter where you're at, that's how you do it. Number 2, with the herb cup, set it aside and hold on, because you don't get to feel the throw up until you stop and you land. And then it shows you how to land the airplane too. Keep the nose up. Don't keep it level. Keep the nose up, let the wings settle the wheels. And you'll feel the wheels touch. That's your leave go to stick. Luck, every ounce of that I needed. That's a book I read. It was 4 pages. I read that over and over until I got there.
Did
And
a lot of the guys not read it? Did you see any of the guys
Oh,
who
they were
had no
throwing
idea?
up. You know what they were doing? When you throw up, you got to clean up. Can you mean to clean up your own vomit? Holy shit, I could never. I would have washed out right then and there. I got my first 10 hours in. That's when we went to Nashville.
And real quick, what kind of, because obviously you're not flying B-29s for this training. What kind of plane?
Pipers.
It's a little
Piper Cub. I love it. I love it. At one time, I looked down while we were doing our training exercises. I had a good instructor. You know, they don't have, the mirrors are not convex, they're concave, so they can see you in the back. And I'll never forget, this one, when soon you get in the little book it says, put the earphones on right away. It never said anything about the throat mic. He's got a throat mic. You know what a cadet has? Nothing. You learn by listening. So he saw me. He didn't say anything about a throat mic. I saw he had one. I'm going to put one on too. I want to make him happy. He said, "What are you looking for?" Oh, we were called Misters. Everybody has a name, Mister. You're not a corporal. You're not a private. You're not a PFC. What are you looking for, Mister? I said, "The throat mic, sir." He said, "You don't have one." That's all he had to say to me. I knew right away. Whew. I lucked out on that one. And even on the takeoff, with the throttle, my hand is just on it. I don't do anything until he says, and I can see him too. And he's looking at me with them big eyes, and I'm having fun. I'm just having fun because I don't want to carry that big sack around. And I got the boots on. I haven't got the boots on anymore. I got also those loafers. It was heaven. And the chicks and cars, everything was heaven. That's when the CTD was invaluable.
And had you ever been in a plane before that?
Never.
Never.
Who the hell had money for go to an airplane? Are you goofy? Kind of a goofy question is that. Anyway, I'm having a wonderful time. So far, everything is wonderful. I'm happy as a lark. Guess what? We now have to go to, I'm a bombardier now. I'm going to bomb school. And there I'm having a very nice time because there are no Jews. So far, no anti-Semitism either. And I graduate bomb school, top of the class. I'm brought back as a flight instructor. I says, "Oh, I'd rather go to combat." Terry says to me, "Are you nuts?" He says, "There's no guns here. Nobody trying to kill you." I said, "Yeah, you're right." I want to show you how simple I was. We're all simple. We're inexperienced. We're college students that didn't graduate. We got 2 years in. We're lucky we got 2 years in. So I says, "You're right. What the hell's wrong with me? I'm really out of it." But I adjust, quickly adjust. And Now I graduate, but I got this knee that's bothering me. I'm limping, kind of. Okay? Some days, not all the time. A lot of pain, and it goes away. I'm young. Guess what? I got my wings. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go get my operation. It won't cost anything. And I'll be able to walk. And the operation is not, in those years, you see the big scar. Today they do it with a little hole.
And the arthroscopic surgery.
Yeah, nothing. So I got it done, and I'm assigned a crew, but I have to join the crew. So I joined the crew. Everything is fine and dandy. Wonderful guys. There they all are. There's the one, I'm the only one living that's got his marbles. I just got an email from my co-pilot. He's up at the top. Mitch. See the names? Underneath that, there's a paper here. Underneath. No. Yeah, give one to Tom, because Tom hasn't got enough sense to figure it out.
So as a bombardier, did you work
Not
more...
a bombardier, radar observer.
All right, well...
Look at the sheet. No, the other sheet.
Yeah, he's got that one.
Well, there's another one underneath there.
But at this point in time, had you received your radar training at this point in time?
Yeah.
Can you go into the radar training for me? Because that was that was top secret stuff back then.
Top secret.
There was I read somewhere there was an oath you guys had to take about if you're captured, anything like that, you can't reveal any of the secrets, everything.
Nothing.
So what was that training like?
It was difficult, but I adjusted.
Yeah.
It was difficult. Nothing was overwhelming. Nothing was overwhelming, which is what I want to get across.
Where did you do the radar training?
The radar training was in a place called Victorville, California. And it was very nice, and especially on the weekends, it was nicer. Guess why? Hitchhike to a place called, I know you've never heard of it, Los Angeles, Hollywood. Chicks galore, all over the place, and good-looking chicks. I mean, whoa, baby, with cars. Don't forget, we didn't have automobiles. And in my class is a guy named Len Brown. Isn't there something unusual that I can remember names like this? He's married. He lives in Tarzana. He's married. Sepulveda and Ventura Boulevards. He would drive from Victorville home every weekend and drop me off at Sepulveda and Ventura. From there I'd hitchhike into L.A. And he would go to Tarzana, and then he would come back and pick me up at Sepulveda and Ventura. Back to Victorville. For me, it was it's like I died and went to heaven. I never had it so good. Oxygen, I did need oxygen though, because you know what happened? When we'd get home, Monday morning we were on the flight line in B-29s. And B-29s are, give me the word, you don't need any oxygen masks. What do you call it? They're
Pressurized?
Pressurized.
Pressurized.
You were in pressurized cabins, but there was oxygen around in case it wasn't big enough. I went to the oxygen masks. All of us did. You know why we did? Because we were out fooling around the whole weekend.
So, if you will, kind of go over for us, how did the transition from bombardier to radar operator take place? Like, did you get selected for that? Did you do so well in your bombardier class that they were like, well, we have this other project?
When bombardier, I told you, I was numero uno, and I was brought back to the field as an instructor. And they sent a guy in, And as the instructor, I was really having a good time. I was teaching cadets how to use the bombardier, which was nothing for me. It was nothing for them either, I don't think. As a matter of fact, they even let me fly. But what's there to flying? You're flying with, with this. Here, fellas, for each of you, take one.
Thank you.
I'm having a good time. My background, again, remember, is infantry. That is tough. This is like going to school, which was tough, but for me, but nothing. Did I answer your question? The bombardier,
The
school,
transfer from the switch from bombardier to.
nothing.
How long were you an instructor for?
Maybe 3 months,
3 months. And how many cycles of students would 3 months be?
3 cycles.
3 cycles, so it was
Yeah.
about a month for the bombardier.
Yeah.
And I can't remember if it was your bombardier. Did something happen at your graduation, the graduation ceremony? I thought I noticed in your questionnaire you said there was an interesting story about your graduation from one of your schools that you took.
I'll tell it to you.
Do you know which one I'm talking about? That was in El Paso. That was in El
Getting ready to
Paso.
go overseas.
Oh, so yeah. Then we'll work up to that. We'll work up to that. So you went out to California for the radar, and
then they assigned me. They assigned everybody. All the radar guys are the last guys to join the crews, because that's the last. It was a last ditch effort. It was something that was new. They didn't want to have these. Is that bothering you?
no, it's fine.
Now I go to El Paso. I mean, I leave Victorville, California, and I join my crew in a place called Tucson, Davis-Monthan Airfield. And I walk in, and I meet everybody, and there they are. You see, they're nice, really nice people. I could give you the background on each one of them. They're just nice people. And we fly our missions, and I have very little to do. I'm sitting in the back of the airplane having fun. I'm watching the screen. I like the screen. All it is it's a circle. It lights up, and then I make the comment to the navigator, not to the bombardier. The navigator is my contact. And I tell him what's going on, what I see, what has to be done. And I also give him the correct altitude if all the bombing is picture bombing. We don't drop bombs on the cities in America. Anyway, everything is good and dandy. And then comes the graduation exercise. So we get into the airplane, go on to graduation. We're now graduating. We're getting ready to go overseas. And everything is cool. The crew is very, very good. A good crew is put together. We're all pretty much the same, except the pilot is he's elevated above us. He's got to be 10 years older than most of us.
And was he a captain? Was he a
Captain. And he was really nice, refined, married, had a nice family. There was two marriages. 2 guys who were married. Everybody else were single guys. And I have a navigator who's a very, very, very nice guy. Really very nice. Eddie Adamski. He died too. Just a sweetheart. I'll tell you a story about him. He went to St. Ed's in Cleveland, he lived in a town called Brooklyn, Ohio. It's a suburb of Cleveland. He was a very devout Catholic and a well-educated, refined guy. He was my closest buddy. We roomed together, and even when we went overseas, our bunks, we had next to next bunks. He was just a decent, very decent guy. Anyway, we're flying, and I'm on the screen, and I hear the heading. I says, Eddie, I says, there's a peak, Guadalupe Peak. See, I'm familiar. I trained in Deming, New Mexico. I says, there's a big peak outside of El Paso, and we're flying at about 7,000 feet. That peak is about 9,000. I says, if you gotta give, Eddie has to give it to the pilot, Al Cordial. I says, you have to give Al a dog leg. In other words, here's where we're going. So you fly off course, 2 minutes, back on course, 2 minutes, and you're a dog leg. I said, you better give him a dog leg. He says, Alvin, he said, you can't do that. He says, you got to follow. I just follow the map. Are you nuts? I said, I'm going to bail out. I said, you're going to hit the goddamn peak. He's, what peak? I said, there's a peak here. I'm looking at it. I said, you better call the tower. He said, we won't have time to call the tower. I said, then do what I tell you, or otherwise I'm bailing out, because we're going to hit the goddamn peak. Of course, I couldn't bail out either. A little bit of stress, and he gives him the dog leg. The next morning, as we come in to the next morning, we're asleep. I didn't tell you. When we land, I'll tell you that. I'll back up. But you don't need that. It's all detailed, nothing. But the next morning, you hear the Foot Lockers in the barracks being drugged in the hall. It still happened. He said, how the hell do I know? You were in the same room. And then all of a sudden, into the room comes, see, the enlisted men don't live in the officers' barracks. So the EMs come in, and we're all equal. Everybody's on the same page. And the bombardier, Mo Shiring, kid from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, nice kid. He says, Alvin, they're all there. Tell all you guys doing here. Pilot, bombardier, navigator, everybody. Navigator was with me. I said, what are you guys doing here? We got something we got to tell you. We're going to be going overseas together. All that noise is 1080. Crew 1080 hit the peak last night. You saved our lives. And we want you to know, I want to show you how decent they were. We want you to know we were hoping that while we were waiting for you, after you were recovering from the operation on your knee, we waited like 10 days. So we flew without you. But while we waited for you, we were always hoping that we're all Northerners. We didn't want to have a Northerner in the group, nor a Jew. We didn't want a Southerner, nor a Jew. He says, we got to let you know the mistake that we made, which was, it's unforgivable, and we hope that you'll forgive us. I said, of course I forgive you.
Was there any hint of them feeling that way beforehand, or did they kind of keep it under cuffs so that they didn't want a Jew on the crew? No.
Never heard until the mission was over.
So you saved all their lives.
All of their lives, including my own. Yeah, it was very, very good. Now, years later, this is interesting. Years later, I'm back now. I'm in the insurance business. in my dad's business with my brother, and I see we don't belong in this business because you won't believe it. Brian, you will not believe it. Tom went out, bought a building. Today they call it flipping houses. He bought a building. He made like $30,000 in less than a year from the flip. What in the hell? Why can't we do? You know what we got? I'm talking to my brother Lenny. I said, Lenny, you know what we got? We didn't even get a fee for transferring the coverage and the policies on the building that he bought from Joe Jaspossessing to Tommy Webb. All we got was just a chance to meet him. He made 30 grand, and we're sitting on our ass. We made nothing. So my brother says, what are you saying? I says, we ought to be in that business. He says, for us, it's a natural. It's paper. We're doing the same amount of paper shit. He says, and doing business, working with the public, renting, contractors. We do that every day. We did it. And let me tell you what happened. We got out of the insurance business, but it took us a couple of years. And a lot of things we had to experience too. First of all, we didn't have any money. All the money that we had garnered was the money that we saved because we were both in the Air Corps. Now as a flying officer, as a second lieutenant, I get $150 a month. But I get half again flight pay. So I get $225. When I went to $175 a month, I got another $15. You know what I mean? But we never used the money. Don't forget the covering, the food, the clothes, was all the Army. So I said, you know what? But we have a lot of friends. You know what? Let's buy a building. The first one we can come across, we'll flip it. We'll fix it up and flip it. One day I'm out trying to sell Mr. and Mrs. Ginsburg a life insurance policy. And he says to me, Alvin, Shirley's married to a doctor. I'm making this stuff up now. Well, it's not makeup, it happened. And Sidney is married, and he is a doctor or a lawyer, or all you Jewish guys, you're doctors, lawyers, accountants. He said, we don't need this building. So I says, well, what do you want to do, Sam? He says, you know a lot of people. He wants to save the real estate broker's commission. You got to pay him 5% to sell it. Maybe you know a Tom or a Brian that would want to buy this. I said, of course, I know many of them. And I walked out and I said to myself, I'm one of them. Schmucko, wake up. So I said, you know what I'm going to do? I said, how much you want for it? Well, I'd like 90. 90,000. I didn't know the values either. I'll figure that out. You go to the bank, they'll tell you. How much of a mortgage do you have? 30. So I got a little suspicious there. But you know what I'll need? I'll need 60. But I'll go to my friend. Brian is another insurance customer. Tom is another insurance customer. And I got 20. Leonard and I got 10 each. We'll give you the 20 and we'll buy it. So we bought it. And the title company in those years, again, didn't have the internet, it took a long time. I'm telling you, it must have taken them 2 weeks before they got everything transferred. Guess what? I'm out in the street. There's another guy, a customer, who asks me, he's a lawyer. He says, I got to get in that business. Do you know anybody that's got anything for sale? Yeah, I do. What is it? I told him, 4065 Sheraton. He said, oh, that's a good neighborhood. He says, I'll buy it. What do you want for it? 126. I made a goofy number. I sold it for 126.
Wow.
Didn't even close on the thing. That's how fast it went. You have to do what you have to do, and on and on and on and on. That's how we got to where we was going. But I skipped a big part of this. The best part of my life.
Your wife, yeah. Well, when did you meet? Were you in the service at that time, or had you gotten out?
I'm out of the service.
Okay. So I don't know if you mind. Do you mind if we continue chronologically, and then we can get to the. But feel free, like if you, because she served as well. She was in the military as well.
Nobody. I gotta tell you, did I send you the eulogies that the kids wrote?
No.
If you read those, you'll get the whole history of what went on in this family.
When did she join the military?
I'll give it to you.
Okay.
About the same time I did.
Okay.
She graduated from Wright Junior College, 2 years, means that she was 20, enlisted in the United States Army Nurse Corps, and was overseas when she was 21. She was, the most important thing you have to know is, had I not met her, I would have never married. Because I told you before, my mother, she wouldn't care. She just wanted grandkids. I think I told you I'm getting ready to go overseas. And my mother's asking me, when are you going to get married? But my father, you know who my father is now, right? He would never say anything, but it would hurt him if I had married out of the faith. Now remember, my culture was not in the faith. And all of the little Jewish girls that I ran with were Japanese American princesses. They were Japs, and rightfully so. Do you know why? Remember where their parents came from. I warned you guys earlier. These little girls were overly protected. They were spoiled rotten. And when I would be with them, remember, my culture, my upbringing was far different. And I was attractive enough because I was in the elite service. Chicks were by the dozens. I had them laying on my elbows. So it very difficult. But one day, I come home from a rough day of work. Now we worked 7 days a week. See, we sold insurance. Do you know when you can sell personal insurance policies? When you're not on the job. You guys are on the job. You're with Alvin now. When the hell am I going to talk to you if I'm an insurance man? And when you're home, you're having a glass of water, or you're with your family on a weekend, or at night. Otherwise, you're working. So one day, a guy lived across the alley from me. He was 4F. And he says, when I got out, I learned about a place called the Officers Club. It was in the Knickerbocker Hotel. It was really nice. I went there. I joined. You know why? Today you call it social media.
Networking or what?
More people. I would get friendly with a guy. I'm getting my car greased and the oil changed, and there's 3 lifts. One of them was standing next to me. do you need an insurance policy? He was a prospect. Everybody was a prospect. Hence the outgoing personality. That's where it comes from. You have to be outgoing. Because if you can't be outgoing, how are you going to...
How are you going to sell?
Right.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Thanks for the words. Anyway, this guy hears about that officers club, this 4F'er. He lives across the alley. He lived in Evergreen. We lived on Hirsch. And he's a nice guy. And I'll even forget the name. Jarvis. That's an unusual name. Close to mine, Goldstein. Nice guy. And he's bothering me. He wants to go to that officers club. One day he walks in. He says, "Hey, guess what? I'm laying in bed. This is a Saturday afternoon. About 5 o'clock I got home. And I'm so wiped out. I'm laying in bed. You know, my brother and I have twin beds in our bedroom. And I'm laying in bed and I says, 'What do you want, Jarvis? Why are you bothering me?' He says, 'Why don't we go?' He said, 'The Mount Sinai nurses are having a dance in the Knickerbocker. And you told me that it looks right down to the club was on an elevated, like floor 1. They were floor 1.5. And they had little balconies that looked out over the dance floor. And the dance floor was lit from the bottom, like marble. It was lit up underneath. It was really Knickerbocker was a nice hotel. And I'd been there once or twice before. But again, I'm there for business. I just leave me alone. I says, I'm telling you, I can't go. Well, some other time. My father overheard us. He says, "Why don't you be nice? Do Jarvis a favor. He wants to go there. He can't go there without you." Okay. I jump up, shower, dress. And he's got the car. We drive down. Parks the car on Walton, across the street from the Drake Hotel. We walk in, get up in the club, and we're standing on a balcony. We each have a drink. It's nice. He says, "Let's go down. Let's go down." So I went down with him, and little girls are gathered, those that aren't on the dance floor. So he's very aggressive. See, I'm kind of like, my culture is a little bit different. And he goes over and picks out one. There's another one standing there. Looks nice. "Would you care to dance?" "Sure." Polite. Dance, she's worth a shit. Remember, I'm good with the feet and the hands and the coordination, and I got rhythm. She had rhythm, but not so hot. And did a second dance, and then I'm saying to myself, "Geez, she's very nice, but guess what? Where do you work?" "Well, she's a nurse." "What did you do?" I'm in the insurance, but I was in the service. "So was I." "You're kidding, where?" "On Guam." "Guam?" "I was on Tinian. We were next door to one another." The music stops. Jarvis grabs me, says, "Let's go." He's done. And I told you before, you Jewish guys don't believe in God. I do. We get in this car, and I'm kind of like melancholy because she was good looking, and we had a lot in common. Holy Moses.
And now you're driving home, and
Guess what? We have to stop at the corner of Oak and Michigan, standing in a little, and right on the corner at the hotel. A little over, is the same girl. So I said, "Stop." He says, "We are stopped." I said, "I got to get out." I went over to her. I says, "Sheila, you live in Logan Square. What? We're going that way." why don't you, what are you waiting, need a bus here? She says, okay. Now remember, they didn't have bucket seats in those years. We had bench. I'm sitting and he's driving, and I'm looking at that face, and I said, that's mine. She ain't going because of the personality. Quiet, reserved, compassionate. You know, no ups and downs and all that. Don't touch me, all that bullshit. This is mine.
You knew right away.
Oh, immediately. So, drive her home, take her in the door, your name, number I got from her, and you'll be hearing from me. Okay, it's normal. So the next day, of course, I call her. We have a date. I'm convinced this is it. And now I can tell my mother and dad. Now I can tell my mother I'm going to be getting married shortly, but I don't tell her yet because I don't know that maybe she won't object. Maybe she'll object. Who the hell knows? So about a month goes by, and I come in one day, and you Jewish guys have this same thing. You have a cocktail table, have a couch on that side, not a couch, a chair, you know, nice chair like you're sitting in. On that side of the cocktail table, this side of the table. I walk in the door. My mother-in-law-to-be greets me. Sheila's sitting in this chair, and her boyfriend from Guam, she was at the officers club with him, is sitting in the other chair. That schmuck. He should have been, if it would have been me, I'd have been there. As soon as you land in the U.S., I'd be at the train station to pick you up. Like what I did. And the couch is over here. So I sit on the couch, they introduce me. Oh, so you're Bernie. I never got the last name. Never got it. I don't know who the hell it was. I think he was a doctor from New York. He was in the officers club. Doctors, nurses, flying officers, that's all that the island had. Mm-hmm. And I'd been there before, in that same club. But I didn't know her. And my mother-in-law gets up. She was holding her hands on the back of the chair and sits down on the couch and puts her hand on my hand. Because during the conversation, there's a lull in the conversation. You know, what can you talk about? It dries up. And I wasn't too happy to converse anyway, because I don't like the guy already. Guess what happens? She says, when she puts her hand on my hand, she says, why don't you take Bernie home? Alvin. That was all I needed. Good idea, Mrs. Let's go, Bernie. Got him in the car, drove him to his hotel.
You didn't drop him off somewhere along the way? You didn't just kick him out?
No, I wouldn't do that, because then he would resist and come back. I don't want an enemy. What do I need friction? I told you, be nice to people. Be nice. Do the right thing and walk away. If that's what it means, walk away. Part. And that I did with him. That's what I just got to tell them both. Never, never be cross with it. You know, you hate their guts. Thank you. It was not a pleasure talking to you. I'm glad we met. Thank you. Bye-bye. Glad you met because you learned something. The guy's a schmuck. You know, stay away from him. What do you need him for in your life? Your life is plenty complicated without having it complicated yet even further, or she. So we had a summer home in a place called Eagle Lake, Wisconsin. A lot of anti-Semitism in Wisconsin in those years. signs used to say, no Jews or Negroes allowed, but it didn't use the word Negroes. You've heard the word, the profane was terrible. Lots of anti-Semitism. And so I take her out. My brother and I, I told you we worked like day and night. So on a Friday night, she worked a 7 to 3 shift at the hospital. So I picked her up. I said, we're going to go out to the country, meet my mother and my dad. And, we got a little boat. Everybody calls it a yacht. We don't have a yacht. It's a rowboat with a motor on the end of it, in the lake. And my brother and I swim. We get our exercise in the water. Good exercise. And bring a swimsuit, You'll have fun. Now, it was a weekend, a summer weekend. So we pick her up, and on the way, we're going to Eagle Lake, Wisconsin. You don't know where that's at. It's near Browns Lake. You don't know where that's at. It's just west of Kenosha. Okay? It's an hour and a half ride. Maybe a little bit lighter, maybe an hour and 15 minutes. But at night, we're flying along, and we got a flat tire. Holy moly. I think it's Route 75. It's a 2-lane road. So for us to change a flat tire, remember, both of us are in physical condition. I don't need a jack. I can hold the back of the car up. The engine is in the front, So we go open the trunk, we find a flat, she's standing. She says, you got to keep the lights on. It's only a 2-lane road. I says, yeah, you're right. She didn't have to tell her. She's out there standing watching while we're changing the flat. We don't change the tire. We just take one wheel out, throw it in the trunk, put the new one on, and away we go. 10 minutes, it's done. We get in, next morning we get up, we have breakfast. My mother makes a good breakfast for us, and she loves her like I do from the very first minute she meets her. Because again, caring. First, she's a good looker. Second, she's caring, polite, courteous, never a high word, never a foul word. As I used to say to my mother would say, do you ever think that ever a Jewish word will ever cross her lips? I said, not a chance. They're just different. Her mother, her father was in the Navy in World War II. They have Jewish heritage, but no training. She comes from a small town. My mother-in-law, Lafayette, not Lafayette, like you and I call it. She called it Lafayette, Indiana, Purdue University. They're just nice people, really, really nice people. But I got to give you, if you don't mind, the eulogies. I want you to read them. They are unbelievable, but they tell the story. The first one, the one my son wrote, let me give it to you. It'll only take me a minute. I've got it on the desk because I didn't tell you the last story. And that's when Marla, you were talking about anti-Semitism. When I graduate and I now get ready to go overseas, they put you into a place called Lincoln Army Air Force Base. And I go to Lincoln Army Air Force Base because I get the operation. At the operation, before I go, I told you I went to see everybody, and I went to see everybody at home to say goodbye. I went to the old neighborhood, all of my OLA friends, my maternity BVM friends. Those are the friends I had, because I may not see them again. And I also went to see my dentist. I had a dentist. I wore braces as a kid. With wrestling, it was terrible because they just had tape, didn't have mouthpieces. My lips were bleeding all the time. And the guy liked me, and I liked him. And when he found out I was going to Lincoln, he jumped like a mile high, ran into his office to call his friend Lou Messer, Messer, who owned Messer Auto Parts in Lincoln. He was a guy that came from Chicago. The guy picked me up at the airport. I'm at the train. Didn't have money for air. At the train station. Saw a Cadillac. Did you ever see a Cadillac? That's a big car. You ought to see those Cadillacs. I saw them in the papers, in the movies, but I never saw the inside of a truck. It was like a house. And he threw my B4 bag in there, took me to his hotel. Make a long story short, we became very good friends. Visited me in the hospital. You know what he was doing? It was the home of the Bird Society. I wondered why he was showing me off to everybody in that community. I'm a commissioned Army Air Corps officer. He was showing him off to the people where the anti-Semitism was breeding. It was a breeding ground. That's how bad Lincoln was. The guy, we had a very good relationship, which lasted. When he met Sheila, he came to Chicago after the war. He came to recruit me to come to work for him in Lincoln, Nebraska. When he met Sheila, he came every year. He was like goofy. I thought unique, different. He wanted us there both. By the time I had an 18-year-old daughter, graduated high school, ready to go to college, he came to Chicago. There was a big, big event. He came to tell me that he sold his business to Charlie Bluethorn. Charlie Bluethorn was the guy that organized Gulf and Western Industries. The next buy was L.J. Messer Auto Parts stores throughout Nebraska and I think South Dakota. Yeah, South Dakota and parts of Iowa. I think there were like 10 or 12 stores. The next deal was Paramount Films. If you go to a movie, you see Gulf and Western Industries. And if you don't know what a leverage buyout is, this is not the place to find out. I can tell you, but some other time. He wanted her to come to the University of Nebraska. Why would a nice little Jewish girl from Lincolnwood, Illinois go to the University of Nebraska? Are you goofy? So she says, that's what she said. I says, Marla, go. And if you don't like it, when you come back, I'll call Lou and I'll tell him thank you, Lou. And I think she was going to go to Brown in Providence, Rhode Island, the School of Art and Design. She was very talented. It's in the genes. Guess what happens? She comes back home, she says, do you see the way he lives? He lives in a house, lives in a castle. And I know the address. You didn't write, when I write him a letter, I'd write, Mr. Messer, no name, no address. The Knolls, Nebraska. The Knolls, Lincoln, Nebraska. His next door neighbor was 3 miles away, was Butts, the Secretary of Agriculture in Nixon's cabinet. He was really a very, very, very nice man. Anyway, she went there. She went to enroll. We drove her out, and Sheila was in one line. I was in another line. I didn't want her to go to school on the Sabbath. I didn't want her to go to college on a Saturday. Let her have some fun, because she's a very, very nice girl and deserving. She's Sheila and my daughter, numero uno. As we sit down, I see her walking back You know, Sheila's in one line, I'm in another line, and we're dripping wet. If you go to Lancaster County, we had Encyclopedia Britannica at that time. It said it's the coldest place in the winter and the hottest in the summer. It was really funny, and it was hot. She's walking back with a nice-looking, tall, blonde, blue-eyed guy. I said, oh boy, she's out of here. Turns out this guy's got 2 keys to his pocket, one to his house and one to the synagogue. He's enrolling in law school. Just a nice guy. 2.5 years later, they were married. You know, they got 3 of the most wonderful boys in God's green earth. First boy, all the boys were wrestlers. You know, Larry comes from Sioux City, Iowa. Did you ever hear of Sioux City Sioux? I went there once. I asked the waitress, where's Sioux City Sioux? She thought I was off my mind. She's out of my rocker, just having fun, you know. But they're just the most wonderful people, and they're married to 3 of the most wonderful girls, and they have 6 soon-to-be, 5 soon-to-be 6 of the most wonderful great-grandchildren you've ever laid eyes on. Brian married, again, with the wrestling. She's an academic All-American gymnast from the University of Michigan. I mean, it's a small world. The world is very small. Be nice.
And it's funny, it all came from, like you were saying, kind of a lucky chance thing. I mean, that she ended up going down there. And
lucky that Marla went there, met Larry, and they had these 3 wonderful boys. The first one, an angel. I always gotta say, he's like Sheila, and he married a girl like him. They're just, and they got 2 of the most beautiful kids you've ever laid eyes on. The second one, ditto. Lawyer, the best. Third one, I just got through telling you, he's got an MBA, and she was an academic All-American gymnast. It's unbelievable. And the second one, she goes to Iowa. You know who her husband is? She's graduating undergrad. Her husband's graduating medical school. Wow. Yeah. It's unbelievable. A wonderful kid from Larry comes from Sioux City. Dennis comes from Des Moines. The third one, she's a lawyer. She's married to a urologist, also a doctor, graduate at University of Illinois. Wonderful family from magnificent backgrounds. Father's a doctor. The mother she worked with Fermi at the University of Chicago, developing the atom bomb. I mean, I'm talking about, this is unbelievable. My son, he's got 2 master's degrees. He's got an undergrad degree in chemistry from Grinnell. He's got a graduate degree from Illinois in civil engineering. He's got an MBA from the University of Chicago. This is like unbelievable.
It's like a dream come true. I mean,
it's like a dream come true. They got 2 of the nicest. They too have wonderful children. The daughter right before him, he's got a kid. He's going to be graduating from the University of Chicago, getting his MBA, a grandson. Okay? Married to a wonderful girl, and they have a most adorable little girl you ever laid eyes on. And she too is University of Wisconsin grad. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's just totally unbelievable. And I told you the second daughter, they have the daughter, she had that daughter that you read the eulogy,
Yes.
who was Judy the nurse on The Bold and Beautiful. These are just wonderful, wonderful, wonderful people. And I'd say it's all her. I had a little bit to do with it.
It's a testament to both of you.
It's a
actually.
testament
Yeah, it really is.
to the love of my life.
And I don't want to. It's such
Oh,
a
and let me
beautiful
finish.
thing. Yeah, I was gonna
Do you know
go.
what his two boys are? One is a graduate of Johns Hopkins University. He's the captain of the baseball team. I'm telling you, really super. Now works for a big bank in New York. And his brother is, hang on to your chair. He's the captain. He's the catcher at the University of Chicago, University of Illinois baseball team who won the Big Ten championship last year. He was the first freshman to start behind the plate in 22 years. A freshman.
As a catcher, that's tough.
As a catcher,
That's-
tough. The coach of Northwestern said, Shades, Joe Girardi went to Northwestern. He was a catcher. And he said, shades of Joe Girardi. I said, except this guy is 6 feet, 200. Joe was 5 feet 8, 170, 180. A big difference. This guy was drafted right out of high school for the St. Louis Cardinals. He's an engineering student on top of it. And he was just drafted in July by the LA Dodgers. Wow. And the season starts next week, Penn State, this weekend. I hope the hell I can make it. I'm busting my buns. I want to make it because I go to all the games. As you could, did you read it?
Yeah. Well,
I try to go to all the games.
Yeah. I was going to say, this beautiful sidetrack that we just went down, your family and everything. This kind of started with the idea of anti-Semitism because Lincoln was there ever a time when you got sent to the Pacific Theater? Were you ever like, you know what? I want to be in Europe. I want to bomb these guys that are killing all the Jews.
I would think about that occasionally. But the war was ended in Europe a year before. And that was the reason that I thought that I wanted the Air Corps. I mean, not the reason, but it motivated me. It motivated me to enlist in the Air Corps because that's where I could I felt make the biggest contribution. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I've thought of it many times.
And so your wife was a year older than you were. You were about to head out to the Pacific.
She's 3 months older than me.
3 months? Okay.
Yeah.
What was the feeling like? Can you describe the feeling of when you were finally getting shipped overseas, when you were finally getting sent to the Pacific? Were you nervous? Were you anxious? Did you feel like you were prepared for the job?
Fully prepared, and let it happen. Okay, we won't know until we're there, until it happens. But I was well trained, thanks to the U.S. trainers that we had. Couldn't have been any better. I'm a very happy guy.
Fully confident in your whole crew. Everybody was
Totally. The nicest people. I couldn't be with better people.
And what was the breakdown? How many officers to enlisted were on your ship?
Give me the picture. It's easier for that meter. This fella here is the pilot.
And that's Albert Korschel?
Albert Korschel, right. This guy is Red Mitchell. Red has now got Alzheimer's because I just got a call from his wife. When my wife died, she gave me a call, a condolence call. She says, because he's not able, but you might be hearing from him. he's a little bit demented. And
If you will, can you hold this a little bit flatter so we can see that? Right there. Okay. Now you can keep going.
that's this guy. This guy is Shiring. He passed. This guy's Eddie Adamski.
And Eddie was your roommate, correct?
Roommate and closest friend.
Did they generally try to do that? Did they try to have like the radar operator room with the navigator?
Maybe,
since you guys
I'm not
were-
sure.
Okay.
Maybe, I'm not sure. This is Eddie. This is me. Eddie died. Me, I'm still living barely.
Still kicking.
This is our flight engineer, Osborne, who was a very nice guy. This guy name escapes me. for the minute.
Humberstone? Larry?
Yeah,
Larry?
yeah. Larry Humberstone. He was a gunner. Costello was a gunner. This was our radio man, Moore. This was a gunner, Olson. I think they're all dead. They're all dead. And this was our tail gunner. He's still living, Walter Minnick. And these were all the nicest human beings that you'd ever want to know. Just swell guys.
Did you guys have a lot of good times, like on downtime? Did you guys hang out with each other all the time?
We did for the maybe one or two times.
Yeah.
That was all.
So, and how did you get to the Pacific Theater when you left from Lincoln? Where did you go?
Well, we didn't leave from Lincoln. We lived in Tucson.
Tucson. Okay.
Tucson to San Fran, flew into San Fran, then landed in Guadalcanal, then landed at Guam.
Did your mom or dad have any special advice for you before you shipped overseas? No.
We did have a gathering where we left Lincoln to pick up a new airplane in a place called Topeka, Kansas. And everybody invited the family. Al Cordial brought his wife. Red Mitchell brought his wife. Mo Sharing himself. Eddie, his mother and father. Alvin, his mother and father. Osborne, his wife.
Larry.
Larry Osborne. Humberstone, Costello, Moore, his wife, Olson alone, and Minnick alone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 alone.
And what
Out of
was?
the 11.
Did you guys just go to a bar or go to a nice dinner?
We had a nice dinner. Eddie's mother and father were immigrants. Eddie's mother came only, not the father. He couldn't get off of work. Very nice people. Just very nice people. All of them.
And were there a lot of tears, like from your mother and father? Were they upset about it, or were they just like, this is life, and you go
Life.
deal with it?
This is life. Eddie's mother was a little bit difficult for a variety of reasons. Most of it, she was uneducated. She grew up, she was an immigrant. And she was on the train as it pulled out of the station in Topeka, I'll never forget it, with my mother and dad. It was a kind of a sad departure because, let's face it, they're their kids and they may never see them again. And they're our parents, we may never see them again. Life in the US of A.
So you
Or anywhere.
So you picked up you're a new plane when you were headed out. Was that the plane that you were going to fly your missions in?
Right.
What was its name? Did you have a name for it?
We didn't name it. We all thought about naming it, but there were so many names that came up, they didn't name it.
What were some of the ideas? Do you
I don't even remember
No.
because it had no bearing because it wasn't going to be named. But I think it was Tom that said our group was the Hellbirds. And I think you said the 462nd bomb group, or was it you?
I was the one. I was wondering, yeah, which bomb group you were with.
462nd. How did you know that?
Just because of where you said you were in the Marianas Islands, so I was doing research about the time and which groups were in that area. So
We were the Hellbirds. There was a song that was authored by, I don't know, we Hellbirds can't fly low enough for Kurt LeMay, bombs away, we Hellbirds. I don't know what the hell that meant. Well, you couldn't fly low enough. See, remember in Europe, they bombed at 30,000 feet levels. In Japan, it was at 9,000 and 10,000 foot levels. And that was because the accuracy, if you drop a bomb from here and you're 1 degree off, it'll land here. But if you're down here and it's 1 degree off, it'll better chance of hitting the target. Because the winds can move the bomb off target.
And did you know? So you had gone through bombardier training. Did you know all the positions in the plane? Did you train on? Did you know how to use the guns? Could you have been a tail gunner, or was there ever any
Not
kind
a
of
tail
cross training?
gunner, because the tail had a 50 millimeter cannon that I never saw. Not a 50 millimeter. I don't know what it was, but the guns were 50s. And that, it was easy to do because all that was a little pressure button.
Yeah.
So all you do is fire them. That I never saw.
And did your plane have one of the ball turrets underneath?
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Not Humberstone. I think Costello was in it,
Yeah.
or Olson was in it.
And were there any? Did you notice any kind of malfunctions that were common to the planes? Did you guys experience any technical difficulties with the planes?
The one thing they always talked about, and that was Larry Harsborn's job, that when they loaded it up with armament and fuel, he watched that there would be enough fuel, because the armamented officer would always take fuel away, which you needed because it was a long trip, because you're going to be airborne 7-8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And they wanted more armament. And it was Osborne that fought all the time with the help of Mitchell and Cordial about the ship being in balance. And then Mitchell and Cordial made certain that you switched gasoline tanks as the outer tanks evaporated. You want to make it balance.
Okay.
You don't want to take it all from one side and leave the other side out. So you needed that. And they were very, very astute.
And what kind of bombs did you guys bring? Like, what was a normal?
They were virtually all were incendiary clusters. They were wrapped up in incendiary clusters. They looked like large fingers or large arms, all bundled, and they burned white hot. And you see, it wasn't Europe. You wanted to burn everything down so they wouldn't be able to function. That's why you got to give a lot of respect to the Japanese. They had the war not ended the way it did, had Harry Truman not put down the order or pushed the order to drop the atom bomb, we'd have lost. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. I'll give you a story about that. One night that we weren't flying, I told you there was a lot of nights that we were building up to that first flight. Then after that first one failed, then came the in-between, we were down. And I had a nightmare. I was laying in bed. This is August of 46. Yeah, September. Yeah, this is August of 46. And I have a nightmare. Our next mission, I got shot down. We get shot down. And I'm laying at the bottom of Tokyo Bay, and the fish are eating at my bones. And it's kind of a goofy dream. It is a nightmare. But I looked over to Eddie, and I said, "What are you doing up?" The way he answered, I knew right away. He also had one, because he said, "What are you doing up?" You know. And then he said, "Let's get a shower." So we went to the shower and walked back. By the time he got back in that climate, you were dry already. And I told you he was a very devout Catholic, which one of the reasons I had a lot of respect for him. And he said, "Let's go see," I forget the father's name, the priest, but I think it was Kavanaugh, but I'm not sure. Let's call him Kavanaugh. And it turned out that he used these terms. So I went with Eddie. The next day, he was in we lived in a hut with two other crews. He had a tent, with about 4 or 5 beds. And he said to me, "Boys, what were you doing before you came here?" So Eddie told his father we were students. And then he said, "And what are you doing now, Alvin?" Well, I wanted to tell him, we're in a war. We're dropping bombs. We're killing people. You know what we're doing. He says, "That's why you're thinking about death." He says, "You're close to death. Because it could be you. Why would you be so upset? You're dealing in death. You're thinking of death." That was to release our anxieties. And it did. It did, because he was smart as could be. What else could it be? Why were you thinking so much about death? You're laying at the ocean. I don't know where Eddie was laying, but we were thinking about you dying. Anyway, about a year later, we're separated from the service. We're separated by length of service. And Eddie I think he had 48 months when I had 47 months. So he went home a month before me. Went to his town in Cleveland, Brooklyn, Ohio, and then I came later. When I came home and I threw my B4 bag inside the door, who was sitting in the living room? They came to visit me. Eddie Adamski. Does that tell you something? It tells you about the loyalty, the respect. And the next day, we got on the phone, called that father. Eddie traced him. He was teaching at Mount Carmel High School in Chicago. We got on the phone, called him, and he said he'd like for us to come over. So we went to visit him. I said, Eddie was talking to him. He says, "Father," he says, "Alvin would like to say a word." Goldie, I think he kept calling him Goldie. I says, "Well, you're going to you're going to see us. We're going to be changed. I wonder what you look like today, Father. He says, the same, except I got a white collar. I'll never forget that. He doesn't wear the uniform. We don't wear it. He doesn't wear it, but he does wear a high white collar. He was a very, very nice man, very pleasant.
And where did you, when you left out of San Francisco, where did you go? Where was your first stop?
Guadalcanal.
Guadalcanal.
Yeah, we landed there, spent the night. Then following night, we went to, the following day, we flew to Guam, which was the headquarters of 20th Air Force. And from there, we got our assignment, either Guam, Tinian, or Saipan.
And did you meet any of the locals on Guam or Guadalcanal? Did you have time to interact with them? No.
Nobody was, I was the only guy from, there was one guy that I recognized here in a restaurant years ago that lives right down the street. Small world, small world. And he was an enlisted man, so I didn't have much to see of him, but I recognized him in the restaurant and found out they lived, on Lincoln Avenue, but he too was quite ill, and I think he had the dementia thing, that Alzheimer's, a dreadful disease, as you read in those papers.
Definitely. So you went from Guadalcanal briefly to Guam and then to Tinian, correct?
Tinian.
Yeah.
We suited up on Tinian.
And what was it like? Yeah, can you describe Tinian, your first impressions?
It was as plain can be. There was nothing there, because I think the Marines then took care of all the foliage. An airfield. We didn't live on the airfield, which was dangerous, because if your airfield is bombed, then we die. The airfield had the equipment, but that's a good question. When he dropped the atom bomb, did I tell you that?
No, we haven't gotten there yet.
Okay. It was, all the bombing, incidentally, was done at midnight takeoff and unloading the bombs 5, 6 a.m. in the morning to disturb the people who we were bombing, and then fly back to your base. One morning we were still sleeping, and we heard a lot of shouting out in front of the mess hall, which was on the street in front of us. You want to call it a street? It was a street. And so when I heard it, I said to Eddie, I says, go on out there, find out what all the shooting is. See, every officer had a sidearm, and the sidearms were designed so that, why would we need a sidearm? We're in the air. If you get shot down, the enemy and one for yourself. First of all, I haven't got the courage to do that. And that's against my religion, I would say. I wouldn't do that. And I don't think Eddie would either. But these guns are going off. And we know the noise that we're hearing has got to be from sidearms. The atom bomb was dropped when Eddie came back. I said, what's an atom bomb? He said, I don't know. He said, we want to go outside. We didn't know what it was even. But the 27th Bomb Group was a composite bomb group. They were right on North Field, right on our field. And they had their own mess hall. They had their own officers' club. They had, everything was their own armament, their own quartermaster, everything. It was hush hush. We never knew what it was, but we never tried to find out either. You know, you're not supposed to. And we did what we were told. But another interesting sidelight, I covered that. We went, now the war ends. What do they do with us? What do you do? Well, if they send all of us home at the same time, there's going to be an economic, we'll all be out of work. How are we going to support ourselves? So they took the 313th Wing, our wing, the 58th, put us together, sent us to the island of the islands of the Philippines. Instead of going back to San Fran, we're now going further
West.
away from home to a place called Philippine Islands. We landed Clark Field. The first night I'm on Clark Field, I must have got bit by a mosquito because I got dengue fever. And I'm really suffering. And Eddie is loading me up with blankets. I'm shivering. And that's the effect of the dengue fever. And he's got the blankets. They're like yay high, and I'm still shivering. So then he went and got a weapons carrier, took me out to the weapons carrier, took me to the hospital. And that was also funny, because in those years, there was an actress and an actor that if I mention the names, you'll know them right away. They were a comedic team. And I got in the hospital, and I'm sitting in the chair, and she's sitting, I think she's smoking a cigarette, and she's saying, "Your name?" So I tell her, your date of birth, where you were born, and all these goofy questions, which he should have had in the records already by now, and smoking a cigarette with large painted fingernails. It was like an act out of a movie that I had seen previous. So what I did is to wake her up. I got out of my chair and I lay down on the floor. I says, "I'm dying. Get me somebody." Oh, she got disturbed and got the show on the road, got me into because I was freezing to death too. I wanted to get covered up, with blankets. But the next day, the crew came to see me, and I was okay. And they said, "What are we going to do, Goldie?" I said, "Oh, we're not going to stay here anymore. I'm a big city boy. I'm going to go to Manila. We're at Clark," which was a very nice field.
And real quick, what was the hospital like that you were in? Was it just a building that had been seized, or was it a hut, or like?
Well, Clark Field was very nice. It was a building that was built,
Okay.
For patients and doctors. It was a very nice place. So I hitchhike, take a ride get a ride to Manila. And, as an officer, like a soldier, you just can't walk around. You gotta have orders to report. You report to Nichols Field. And wouldn't you know it, the guy I reported to at Nichols Field, I was in pre-flight school with him at Maxwell Field, Alabama. Tom Evans. I remember the name. Tom Evans. And I said, "What are you doing here?" He's the provost marshal. He he says, what they're doing is they're giving us all kinds of jobs, you know, that we can, because we have bars. These guys they sent home, the Carls, the commandants. I says, holy moly. I says, what are you doing here? I said, I'm looking for a job. He says, you got a job right here on this island, right here on this field. He says, they need a commandant, POW 15 and POW 16. 2 Japanese prisoner of war camps. I said, are you nuts? What the hell do I know about prisoners of war? He says, you don't have to know anything. There's going to be a Filipino that's going to guide you and show you and tell you what to do. I said, so what do I do? He says, you just stamp the approval of whatever Ellie tells you to stamp. I said, it's good enough for me. Guess what? I'm now the provost marshal of 15 and 16. But guess what I have? I have a bed now. It's a hospital bed. I'm not sleeping in a cot. I have my own shower room and my own hut. Of course, I still go to the mess hall to eat. It was elegant. And I even remember the name of the boy. I have my own caregiver. Japanese prisoner. Name? Kondo Takoya. How can I remember that one? Because he was in the shower with me, trying to give me a shower. I said, we don't do that in the US of A. And he was very nice to me. But now the baseball, that's their pastime. And I had those big fields, but with no baseballs. I got baseballs, bats, balls, gloves, markings. I got them. Some special services. I made a baseball field for them. It was, I didn't make the field. They ground it out. When they were prisoners. They made it the best in the West. And even built little dugouts because the sun was really, really burning. And they played baseball. But the first bat went to me. And it was never a little left-hander, threw me a straight fastball. Wasn't a fastball, a straight ball, and I powdered it. And then they all bowed, took their hats off, and I would go out on the road because they would go at night with the other groups to play downtown Manila at Rizal Stadium. They'd go to Rizal, where the names were all over on the fences. Jimmy Fox, Babe Ruth, Earl Averill, guys from that era that were famous ball players. And, before they sent us to the Philippines, they sent us to we had nothing to do. So it was a beach. Now remember, we wanted to stay in shape, so we swam. How much can you swim in an ocean with no lines? So we just hung out. Then one day, I think it was Eddie, he said, there's a guy over here who wants somebody who can catch him. You were pretty good with baseball, right? I said, I wasn't good. I was average. He says, the guy needs a catcher. For me, I'd be glad to do it because I wanted something to do. So I caught this guy, and this guy could really bring him. I didn't know how hard he threw until I looked at my feet, and I was in the sand up to here. The sand started here, but every time he threw, I got deeper and deeper in the sand. And then he came over to me, ceased throwing. After we would throw it for about a half hour, my hand was swollen in the glove. And his name is, I asked him, the Whip. I think it's Earl the Whip Look him up.
Was it
Earl the Whip.
Avril? No, it was Earl the Whip. Where is it in here? Yeah, I remember.
Ewell the Whip Blackwell.
Blackwell, that's right. That's
Ewell the Whip, not Earl. Ewell the Whip Blackwell.
Yeah, was he trying to get in shape for the upcoming season?
Well, he was very well. He played for the Cincinnati Reds. He was very, very good. I mean, for me, it was a wonderful opportunity.
And real quick, can you? So you became provost marshal. What was the facility like that we were housing the prisoners of war in?
It was what you would figure a field of, they had not houses, they had barracks and tents that they lived in, and the soldiers, they like wore diapers. If you ever see those pictures, they would look like they were wearing diapers. And they had a big gate opened, let them in. They resided there, they slept there. You're not supposed to go into you can't go into a prisoner of war camp for a variety of reasons. The obvious ones, they'd kid you.
Was it like barbed wire around it, or?
Yeah. That fence around it with barbed wire at the top. As a matter of fact, condo, one day, you from the sweating, you get like a rash. So I figured I'm going to go to the VA. I'm going to go to the hospital to get the calamine lotion. He says, Lieutenant, you don't go, we have doctor here. I says, good. I don't. But the doctor was a prisoner. And he went to a medical school in Germany. So he spoke German. Now Yiddish, I don't speak Japanese. He didn't speak English. Yiddish is
very similar to German.
It's a
like a dialect, right?
It's a guttural German. Yiddish is a guttural German. So we communicated in German. I'll never forget that. And then I challenged him. Why did you guys start this war? And he caught the joke. He was bright. And he said the same thing. Did I think I heard a math teacher tell me when I was still in high school, we're parading our vessels in their seas. You're challenging them. That's why they started with this war thing. I think that's what he said. I'm not sure. He keep pushing my vessels in front of you. You're going to wind up hitting me. That's what they did. Not the end of the earth. But anyway, that covers. Now, as I'm at this camp, I'm the provost marshal. I'm the leading officer in charge. And I told you I have an assistant that does all the work. I don't do anything. I'm merely a figurehead. And he says, this is one for the books. He says, they're having a big election. And I had known about it from a day or two that we spent at Clark Field. They call them the Huck Bellahops. Huck Bellahops are communists. They're trying to change the government at Clark Field, which is about 60 miles north. Here, there's an election going on. The guy that's going the election, he says he would like to meet you. I said, sure. If I can get off work, I ain't working. I ain't doing nothing. So, and I got this car, which I'm nuts about. I mean, I have a car now.
Was it like an army car or was it a
Jeep.
civilian? Okay, yeah.
It's a Jeep. I never had one. You know, I'm nuts about it. So we drive to meet him at his campaign headquarters. It wasn't a campaign, it was his house. Because when we came in, the ceiling has got like Venetian blinds on the ceiling. They're hanging, and there's somebody pulling it. So but they're big Venetians, and it's waving over the table. Remember, no air conditioning. So it was a nice place to be, but I couldn't. Like I'm sitting over there, and they're eating here. Okay, and I see them, and I know he's surrounded. I know the guards are wearing pearl-handled revolvers sticking out of their back pockets. They're the guard. They're his bodyguards. And then he comes over smoking, but I mean smoking. Give me another one. So it's a, you know, that's the way they smoked there. And he wants to know if I know Alderman Arby. You're from Chicago, Lieutenant. I said, yeah. I mean, I don't know him. I know of him. Jacob Arby, the 24th Ward. He was a very powerful politician. He was a colonel, Colonel Jacob Arby. And he was there, but he left. So there was a connection. I'm a Chicagoan. I'm a Jewish kid from this Jewish powerhouse alderman in Chicago. And I remember reading something that he went to Alaska, a colonel in the army, and then he must have wound up in the Philippines and gone home. So we became friendly. Then he introduces me to his wife. Very nice. And guess what? He wins the election. Well, we had become friends because I met him once or twice after that. He invites me to sit on the reviewing stand as he's being inaugurated for the presidency of the country.
Oh.
That is something. And Kondo had nothing to do with it other than prepare me for it. He tried to find out, but it was the guy that I worked with day by day in the office who made the old, he was like a precinct captain, but he helped get him elected. And when he got elected, I was pretty agile, to say the least, quick, and she liked me. He liked me. He invited me on the viewing stand. When he got elected, they danced every night at the Malacanang, the castle. I was a guest every night. And I was a good dancer, and I had a lot of fun. Then, one day, I become officer of the guard. It's rotating. You're officer of the guard. You're officer today. I'm tomorrow. Guess who's coming back tomorrow? You probably never heard of him. I forgot his name. Douglas MacArthur. I shall return. He lands. There's a huge procession welcoming him. The president of the country isn't there. He hates him because the British did the same thing in India. He was, this guy explains it to me. You know, my confidant, not my, the guy I work with. He says, he gets a nickel out of every drink. MacArthur, when he got off that airplane, he never even looked at me. I'm standing there saluting him, and he's coming off the plane. But before that happened, the commanding general of the field is marching with this entourage of people to greet and welcome return of Douglas MacArthur. Now remember, he's not to Bataan, he's coming to Manila. I'm not Clarkfield.
MacArthur? No.
Nicholasfield.
Okay.
Nicholasfield in Pasay, a suburb of Manila. And we had a tower, but you had to climb up the tower. You had ladders. It was like 2 ladders, one on each side. And he's walking to commanding general of the field. And guess what? The president's wife, right up in front. And he shouts out from here about twice the distance to that door, "Lieutenant, get me the ETA." Estimated time of arrival. So I jump up the ladder. When I'm about 10 steps up, remember I'm quick, I hear her shrill voice, "Alvin." So I look. I stop and I look. Remember, that's the first lady of the country. But you don't mean nothing to me. He's my boss. He's the general. So I look at him. You know what he says? "Come on down." Then the plane lands. Then we go to greet him. They come out, salute. He walks right past me. No salute. And then he embraces, not the first lady, but Mrs. George Washington, Osmania. Mrs. Osmania, an elderly Filipino lady. Now I'm going home. I'm done with all my duties. Kondo says they want a go-away party for you. It never even entered my mind because I'm playing baseball with these guys. I'm friendly with them. The doctor is coming. I mean, I have a good relationship. And it didn't enter my mind till I entered the camp. I said, "Wait a minute, you're not supposed to be here." Because there's maybe 500 prisoners sitting on the ground and 1 chair for me. And they're going to have a stage show, which I don't know where the hell they got all this stuff.
And when you go in there, is there a moment of worry? Like,
Yeah.
Did you have anybody? It was just you? Just you going?
Well, me and Kondo.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think Kanda, I don't think he's going to kill me.
And real quick, before we go with that, so who was guarding the Japanese? Was it U.S. or was it Filipinos guarding the Japanese POWs?
U.S.
U.S. And because I was going to ask if the Filipinos had any ill will to the Japanese. I'm sure they did. I mean, there's terrible animosity.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of bad things.
Yeah, they didn't like them. And that's why the Americans were there, because the Filipinos were guarding them too. But the Americans were there so that the Filipinos wouldn't be killing them.
Yeah. And were there ever any incidents that you?
I'm telling you, that's why they permitted that baseball regime.
Yeah.
It was wonderful. It made everybody happy as a lark. I would go out on the street, on the road to Rizal Stadium, and I would drop the trucks, play a couple innings with us, because you're getting there early. Games don't start till 7. It's 4:30, 5 o'clock. Play an inning or two. It ain't gonna kid you. And of course, they were much better than the Japanese because they were physically Negroes for the most part, built like brick shit houses. And when they hit a ball, you lost sight of it, where the little Japanese didn't hit them that far. Later, I'm told, and I read in today's papers, that, there are some that are big, that can hit the ball, and 2 or 3 out of a jillion can make it to the big leagues. You've seen it. I would like to go watch my grandson, but I got a problem with the oxygen. If I go down there on a Friday night to watch the game, I stay overnight. Saturday they play, and Sunday they play. And I got to carry those big tanks. I'm an inconvenience. My son just wrote me this morning. Do you think he'll be able to make it? I said, we'll see. To make it easy on him, I'm gonna, as soon as you guys leave, I'm right on there to tell him, count me out. Because 2 reasons. I don't want it to be a burden on him. And I've got your email address. I'll send you some stuff about Jason. Or if you want, you can look at him up yourself.
Yep.
He's super. He's the #1 catcher in the Big Ten. He's perhaps maybe #5 catcher in baseball, non-professional in the U.S. He'll be like a 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th round draft choice. That's how high he is. L.A. took him in the 17th. They knew damn well they didn't want to waste a round. They knew he wouldn't go because in the interview, they had him on YouTube or like baseball. He said, I thank you very much for the courtesy and the honor and the opportunity to play. But you know, baseball, 2 years, 2 months, 20 years, education, a lifetime. Well, it's nice to say that. Boy, they honor him with, you ought to see all the writings they wrote that he's humble and he said the right things. And he's the only one in the Big Ten that calls the game. Most of the catchers
Get signs from the dugout, yeah.
signs from dugout. And he's batting over 400. He's the #3 hitter in the lineup, but he's got a pulled hamstring. He isn't playing. This is all preseason, but there's nobody else that can do the job. The other guys are batting 35.
So, was it easy for you to get gear like that? Was it easy for you, like your entire time in the Pacific? Were you guys well supplied with everything that you need? Could you just say, hey, request this and it would come in? Or was there ever any shortages of things that you wanted?
That's a good question. I'm glad you. I was always shocked to find everything we needed was there. That's why I've always defended the government. I've always defended it. Where else could you find where they can feed, clothe, feed, house, and tell you where you're at within 10 minutes, anywhere in the world? That's a hell of a job. I don't care what anybody says, they're good. Now I got a thing with my wife for a headstone. Cemetery wants $1,800 for a stone, a headstone. Oh, you know, a monument marker. We have a family stone, which is $2,000. No, maybe $3,000, which I bought 8 years ago and put on the gravesite because there were 6 graves. The last one is for me. And so what I want, in the manual it says the government will provide gravestone markers. So I says, what the hell am I buying them for? What am I giving you guys $3,600 for? They said, because the others won't put any Hebrew terms, your name in Hebrew, which I don't know why we need it, but it's there. Because anybody's going to look at it, including me, I can't read it anyway. So.
Well, In regards to that, you talked about the dream that you had. You were thinking about death quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
And then your wife, she was a nurse, and she was dealing with soldiers who were suffering from like PTSD. Did she ever tell you any stories about what she experienced?
An angel. She was an angel. I think in one of them, I think my daughter won. She calls her like Mother Teresa.
Yeah.
Hey, did you read that?
Yes.
And then another one says, she was saintly. She was unique. I'm telling you, there was nobody ever like her. When she was in that memory clinic, I used to tell everybody, be sure you treat her good. I know she's not combative. I know she's not going to ever say a cross word. But if you don't take care of her and I find out, I'm going to kill you. And I feel, if I kill you, you go to jail. But at 93, before I get to trial, I'm dead.
You'll have cover, you'll have food.
I like that. You're good. I like you, Brian. I like you guys. You guys are really nice to me.
So going back, so the ceremony, your going away ceremony, the Japanese are setting up for you. You go in there, there's 500 guys, there's one chair.
At that time is when I thought about it. Not until then. Because it was the furthest thought from my mind. You know, they liked me. And then he put on the stage, where the hell did they get the outfits? I didn't understand a word they were talking about, but they put on the stage, you know, it looked like women. They were dressed in kimonos, beautiful kimonos. Where the hell did they get them? Outfits, long hair, none of these guys had it. I don't know where the hell they got it. I mean, I didn't understand a word what was going on. And they were moving across, singing. Oh, they had these goofy guitars that they got that are, I've seen them. You know, our guitars are level. Theirs have like a big belly on the bottom.
Yeah.
I don't know where the hell they got. How the hell did they sneak them in? How did they sneak any of this other stuff in? So apparently the security wasn't so great. Or they got it in before they lost the war. I don't know what it is, but they were nice to me. Oh, Sheila and I visited Japan. We traveled a lot. She was different. She wasn't, you know, hung up with this hotel. Let's go, have fun. And she liked adventure, and she liked animals. As in one of them says, especially if they barked. Did you read that one?
I did. I think that's the last one that I need to check out.
She was a total 100% angel, the sweetest human being on God's green earth. Nobody was like her. I remember even in her last days, I would always comb her hair, feed her, and they had a sign, a caring husband. Of course I'm caring, but I'm selfish. I want to look at her face. I want to look at those dark eyes. I want to look at that nose. I want to look at that skin, the lips, the cheeks, the ears. There was nobody like her. My mother would say to me when I would upset her in Yiddish and translated in English, says, when I die, you get nothing. Everything goes to Sheila, her daughter-in-law. A daughter-in-law, not a child.
Yeah.
Big deal.
That'll give you an idea of who that love of my life is. There was nobody like her. And her kids are like her. They're the best. You know, when Scott went away to Grinnell, he was a good football player. My son, the baby. The sisters used to call him Dumsley. He got 2 master's degrees. not such a Dumsley. His wife, my daughter-in-law, is, I know you probably never heard of the guy, Jerry Reinsdorf. Did you ever hear of him?
Yeah.
Who was he?
I've heard of Jerry Reinsdorf.
Yeah.
I haven't heard of
Jerry.
He owns is it the Bulls? Yeah, yeah.
And the Sox.
And the Sox, that's right, yeah.
She was his right arm.
Oh.
She graduated. She won the gold medal for the CPA exams. I'm telling you, it's luck,
And genetics.
isn't it? It's unbelievable. The nicest kids, the nicest grandkids, the most adorable grandkids on God's green earth. I just never saw anything like it my whole life. I never saw it anywhere. That's why I keep saying to you guys, be nice, be nice, be nice. If the guy is bad, thank you and goodbye. Be sure to say please, thank you. Adios. Adios, that's Spanish for bye-bye.
Yeah.
You have no reason. You don't want to jump down to some other guy's level, somebody especially that you don't like. You're nice people. You wouldn't be where you're at. You couldn't be working. Incidentally, I noticed, who was it that told me that your bank is the Northern Trust Company?
We do some business with them, yeah.
Are they nice to you?
I am not that high on the totem pole to know, but they must be.
They're a good bank. You guys should elevate yourselves through them. Make your connections while you're young. You might need them down the line. A house, a better job, a higher position. You need them because they control the money. And money happens to be a very important ingredient in our society, in case you've forgotten.
Yeah.
May I remind you.
And would you say you had any of this knowledge while you were over there, while you were in the service, or did all this like treating people nice, and obviously you were very nice to the Japanese. I mean, they liked you, they took care of you, you took care of them.
Not any of the good points that you see in me are me. It's who trained me. My mama and my papa. That's the luck. That's what I mean. You got to have luck. If your papa and your mama trained you right, and if you are lucky enough that you could listen to them teaching you, you know how you learn, don't you? Listen. No talking, you listen. That's how you make it.
And did you have any contact with your parents while you were overseas? Did you write letters? Did you have?
Yeah, you write letters.
Did you get any? Was the service pretty good, the Postal Service?
APO. Yeah, it took a week or so to get a letter.
And what kind of things were you talking about with your parents, and
Very, very, very
just small talk?
small talk. Health. Are you happy? Happy and health.
And did you miss any events back home that you wish you would have been there for? Was there anything happening at home?
Nothing more important than what I was doing. I'm getting paid to be here. Do the best that you can. Be nice. Do the best. If you don't like the guy, of course, in the Army, you can't say, I don't like you. Yes, sir. No, sir. And no excuse, sir. Try to stay away as much as you can from him.
And what was the all the other units that you were with, the different, were there any troublemakers when you were on Tinian or when you were on in the Philippines? Was it?
I lucked out.
No.
I lucked out. I never ran into a problem, because if there would have been a problem at that point in my life, it would have accelerated to the point where I'd have been in trouble. I would have been in trouble.
How do you mean?
I'd have struck somebody. With a gun, I could have done a lot more damage.
Did it feel like you were always on edge when you were over there, or did you feel, because the like you said, you didn't, and I'd like to touch on this a little bit in a minute. You didn't fly any missions, only the show of power mission. Did you feel like you were always on edge? Did you feel like your life was in constant jeopardy out there, or no?
The only time was mission 1, and it ended swiftly, and nothing after that till the show of power mission. And that by itself was if I had any anxiety, it all ended then, because nobody's shooting at you. And in the show of power mission, we were told 1 plane at a time, no buzzing, no feathering the engine, so it makes a big roar over the ship. Just pass over, and then I suggested to Al, fly over the city a little bit, let's see what it looks like, and drop down. And we got Mo in the front with a camera. Let him keep his camera on all the time. Don't have to see where the bombs are falling or dropping. But open up the camera and we can all take film. We can all take Mo's film. Guess what? You got film of kids lining up going to school. That's how good those people are. They are really good people. Again, be good to them. They're not, the war is over. That's why we got what's going on now. I don't understand. I don't understand it at all. I'm completely baffled. Why are you leaving people run around? Did you see what happened this morning in Brussels?
Didn't.
Tell them.
Or a couple of suicide bombings, 2 or 3 at the airport and then in the train station.
Don't keep people unhappy. Try to make them happy. If you can. If you can't, do what Harry Truman did. You eliminate them. Because if he'd not done that, I wouldn't be sitting here. Guaranteed. We were bound for death. You could, sooner or later, you're going to get shot down.
And what were you told when you were headed over to the Pacific? What was the biggest threat that you guys, when you're preparing for missions, were you more worried about flak, or were you worried about enemy aircraft? Their Air Force was pretty much depleted at that point in time.
No.
No?
No. They still kept coming in. They were called interceptors, and they flew pursuit curves. They didn't come in like this. Came in like this. Whew. Then there were the ones, the kamikazes, would attack the back of the airplane. We had Walter Minnick in there with that cannon. I just make sure that you get that cannon off. But again, he could miss. There was no question about it, we got killed. No question. You keep going after doing the same thing over and over and over again. You're going to get hit.
Yeah, it's a numbers game.
And the anti-aircraft, we were told, was just as violent at the end as it was in the front. And that's bad. That's very, very bad. Harry Truman saved a pile of lives. He is saintly. He may not know it, but he is. He saved the lives of thousands of Americans.
In your questionnaire, you said you witnessed combat once off the coast of Tinian. Do you remember what was that?
Yeah. That was very unique. The war is over. And I noticed they have to ship all this stuff back, equipment. That to me was a disaster. Jeeps and trucks being pushed off these high cliffs into the water. That bothered me. No end. I didn't mention the blankets that they used to cover up the soldiers, the beds. That was bad. But again, you do what you have to do. They're not making a mistake. They're not bad. They're doing what they have to do. What else are you going to do? Load up a ship with beds? Get rid of them. It costs more money to ship them. They're not shipping them from Aurora to Geneva. They're shipping them thousands and thousands of miles. And the people that are watching it have to get fed.
So,
no good. That's a war. But that's why I can't understand this war, what's going on. We're at war, and we're just leaving it on and on, and it's getting worse and worse. And like he just said, Brussels is now blown up. Europe is gone. They're gone.
yeah, it's not even safe to travel there anymore.
Yeah, it's terrible.
So, real quick, so, do you remember what your flight preparations were? What did you do before? I know the first mission got canked when he crashed, and what was a normal flight preparation? When did it start? How many days before leading up, and then what were the pre-flight checks?
The day you're flying, the night before, on the bulletin board outside of the mess hall, it will tell you where you're going, who's flying, what the target is, and what time you have to be, what time you'll be awoke.
And do you remember what your target was supposed to be, or no?
The first one, Nagoya.
Really?
I'll never forget it. I don't know why I remember that one. I always wanted to say Osaka. No, it was Nagoya. And because I didn't know what the hell they had there. I had read others. You know, while we were there, they were flying missions. They were orienting us into the routine. We were shooting strange field landings in Guam. If we'd have had a backfire in an engine, I'd have met her. Because we'd had gone to the officers club, spend the night. Because you RON, you remain overnight when an engine backfires on a B-29, not on a B-25. B-29 is loaded, and you need all four of them engines to get you off the ground. You can't have one, you can't fly with three, and one is backfiring. I remember that because I had a cousin who was in B-25s. He got killed. And I had another, was it a cousin? I know Milton died in B-25s. It'll come to me. I have an excuse of 93.
So you see the message on the message board of what you're going to be doing, and then you rack out, get a couple hours sleep, or do you guys what time? Most of the flights are leaving at early morning, early hours, right?
They wake you up. You got a midnight wake-up call. Remember they had flashlights? I don't know if you remember these. Here's the light in the flashlight. But they had a flashlight that bent down.
We still use them.
You still use them?
We still use them.
And they went with that flashlight and went down the aisle in your face. You're sleeping. It'll wake you up.
Yeah.
It'll wake you up. Then from there, you're not showering and shaving. You're not going to a banquet, you know. But you're going to go and eat. You could dress, eat, then go to briefing. Your target is today is Nagoya. And here is where they make whatever they make. Light bulbs. I don't know. And that I can't remember. You should be airborne at about 2:30. You should be hitting the target about 6:30.
And do the bombs get loaded that morning, or do they get loaded the night before?
No, they're not the night before. They're loaded. We get to the Air Force, when we get to the base, we just weigh what we see in the way of, just gas up.
Mm-hmm.
They put on gas, and then they say, you don't need that much gas. We're taking some of the gas off and putting more bombs on. But it never worked that way. It always took the bombs, always took the gas away and put more bombs on. And Harry Osborne was a nice little guy from Florida. Man, he was hollering all the time, Al, Al, to the pilot. He needed assistance. Not that the other guy, Red Mitchell, who was very nice, he was a farmer from Franklin, Pennsylvania. He was laid back. Al, on the other hand, was more mature. And he would say, Harry is right, take off the bombs that you just put on, and put on more, give us 30 more gallons of gasoline. He was nice that way. Everything, no shouting, polite, courteous.
And were you ever given any special training for what would happen if you did get shot down over enemy territory and you had to crash?
They never gave us anything. No. You know where you see that very good, that they never gave us anything? Other than when I would ask the question, what do we need the guns for? The movie Unbroken. My daughter bought the book and brought it to me. I tell you, I couldn't put it down. And I'm not a reader, I told you that. I'm no good on a reading. But that book I could not put down. There was another book I couldn't put down. 30 seconds over in Uganda, Entebbe. I never put that book down either. Then I went and saw the movie Unbroken. It was for shit. It was not as good as the book. The book spelled it out perfect. The movie glamorized the glamour of a punishment in a prisoner of war camp. That's not to me glamour. Well, I like the facts. The facts were they struggled, eating, laying in those rafts. Whew. Well, it's punishment. The American public doesn't want to look at that. They'd rather see instead of being hit 42 times, hit them once, knock them out. But that wasn't what happened.
And
it's a miracle that Charlie Zamperini, if you haven't seen it, read the book. Charlie Zamperini he just died. And he was like 5 years older than me. So he'd be 98. And he was an Italian kid. And I know the culture. My business partner was an Italian.
And you grew up in the neighborhoods, yeah.
With the Irish and the Italians. And he said, if it wasn't nailed down, Zamperini would have it in his pocket. Not that he was a thief. If it wasn't valuable enough for you to guard it, if it isn't me, somebody else is going to take it.
Gear adrift is gear a gift.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I like you, Brian. That's good. I like what you say. Anyway.
Yeah, can you explain the Show of Power mission? Because I actually have a picture of that in my office, and if you could just describe that, what was that like?
Well, first of all, it was a anxious-driven trip. It was very, very nice. I'll tell you what I did. I got our group photo officer to fly with us. Put him in Moe's Bombardier's seat. Now he's got the camera. He knows how to use it. And at the last minute he bagged off. He was afraid to fly. I said, "You nuts? Are you nuts? You got both sitting in the back." He went. I said, "I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you." He went. He photoed. He's the one that did the photos of the kids. And that's why Al came down about 4,000 feet when he shouldn't have. Because the ticket was when we in training. Everything, my experience was all from training, not from actual bombing. Bombs away, okay to turn. That's the voice of the bombardier. And then navigator.
Yeah, because the bombardier has control of the plane. When the bombing starts, it's
through those two little wheels.
Yeah, and
he's on automatic. Yeah. Lift, turn, because of the wind. He has everything. He has total control. Of course, the pilot is there too. Sometimes the controls don't work, which is not saying too much. But remember all the stuff that went on that could be bad. I'm happy that it worked. Anyway, you eat, you go to briefing is nothing other than the weather, what you're going to expect, what they think that you're going to expect in the way of anti-aircraft, what you think they're going to expect in the way of fighters coming in to disturb you. You're going to fly either two at a time or one at a time. You'll drop off. You'll make the turn and head right back. But at that time, you headed back over the island. Instead of bombing, turning around, coming back, you went to Iwo and then came back. Oh, also look for fighters that are going to join you at the target, because Iwo wasn't that far. And the fighters could fly out, and the fighters flew out. But if they were in battles, they'd pull up alongside you, put up a big sign with a thumb, IWO. Because they
IWO?
Iwo.
Oh, yeah.
They were lost. They couldn't find where they were going. From the skirmish that they had.
Sure.
They got twisted. I can't think of anything else that would be pertinent or of interest.
So how many airplanes took part in the show of power?
Oh, that's a good question. You're smart. Every B-29, every that is operational, will be in the air. That's the first thing it said on the board. Show of power mission. You'd be flying over, and I think that they said like 5,000 feet. Can you pick that up? I'm interested in knowing what that was.
I'll find that out. I'll send you some information about it. Yeah, because that's.
I would like that. No buzzing. No buzzing of the,
And then, so after that, what was the celebration like? I got to imagine there was a big celebration after the papers were signed.
Well, we didn't have, see, there were no ups and downs. Everything was very level, very organized, very civil. We came back, we ate, we had movies. Well, I'll tell you a story about that. Our only entertainment was the movies.
No alcohol, no.
Well, don't forget, we were young kids, and we weren't really. That is for me anyway. I wasn't in. A guy like Cordial, he was big on the booze. We had guys that came to us from Guam that said, if you give us your ration, we each officer got a ration, a bottle of booze. Don't know what I need the booze for. It's not good for you. It keeps you out of condition. Don't forget that's the element that I came from. But the older guys, they boozed. They boozed plenty. They went to the officers club plenty. We didn't. We went to the mess hall, ate, listened to the radio, and wrote letters. That's all. If we went to the officers club to listen to the music, to have maybe a beer.
And you said Al was a decent amount older. He was a captain. Had he flown in combat before?
Never. He was a test pilot.
Okay.
He was a test pilot and flew someplace in Ohio. Not Wright. It was another place. But he was a very decent guy. After he came from St. Louis, Missouri, when he retired to Boise, Idaho. I think he too had Alzheimer's. Man, that's a murderous disease. Murderous disease. And a cure is going to come for it. We have 9 grandkids. One of them is autistic. He's just wonderful as can be, but he can't read right, he can't feed himself, severely retarded and untrainable. And he's now about 27. My daughter and son-in-law are the greatest human beings on God's green earth to take that kind of punishment. I tell you the truth. If I wasn't married to the love of my life, it would have been me and Ibid. She and I would have had, I think that I would have thought of leaving, but she would keep me. That's how bad it is.
Yeah, my aunt has cerebral palsy, and she's...
You what?
My aunt, and she's severely retarded, and she's in a home not too far from here right now. But yeah, my grandmother and grandfather, I don't know how they dealt with it. I mean, it's a testament of courage. And will and just love and
Character.
Yeah.
You were raised by the right people. You were raised by the right people. Character. You got to have character, and you got to come from good people. Good covers everything. That's why I use the word good as many times. Just be good, as you were taught to be good. Everything that's good is going to come from your ancestors. If you had lousy ones, you're lousy. Or if you didn't have any training at all, you're lousy. But I'm sure you guys had training. That's why I always ask, where'd you go to high school? But when you couldn't tell me where they went to high school, I have a pretty good idea of what went on in your lives. If you went like in southern Georgia, I mean, I shouldn't say that because I don't know, but that's what I've heard, because I've never been there and I don't know. But I would imagine that would have happened.
So how long did you end up staying in the Philippines? How long were you there for?
I was there for about 8, 9 months.
8 or 9 months?
I had a wonderful time. I'm partial to Filipinos.
Yeah, what were the people like? Did they receive you well? Was it like very hospitable? What was it like?
Very hospitable. I can't get over it. As a nation, they were just sweet and wonderful people. I don't know why. And I can't answer why. It's got to be in the genes. They were just very sweet and nice.
And did you have a girlfriend while you were out there, or did?
I could have had a 1,000 of them. But remember, I wouldn't marry out of the faith.
Yeah. Well,
If I'd have found a Jewish girl there, let me tell you, I'd have made. I know why the president's lady wanted me there. She was saving me. I know she was. I'm telling you, you say you don't know. I do know. She had 2 daughters at Wellesley College here in Pennsylvania. She was hoping that they would be home before I left.
Wow.
I know that.
And when was he elected? Like how long had you been in Manila when he was elected?
Maybe half the time.
Half the time. So that's pretty incredible. I mean, to be.
I never had it so good, I'm telling you. Oh, and then I also was lucky because where I was at, getting new president of the country, you got a lot of Sharpies that are hanging around. So, you can get it, we're rebuilding the city.
Yeah.
If you get us these supplies, didn't come out that, I'm giving it to you straight, that maybe perhaps he might know who the commander of the woodwork or got entree to lumber, or what was that, aluminum siding,
The corrugated.
corrugated
yeah.
metal, yeah, stuff like that. I don't know if that's it, but I know, and as a young man, having no character, I would have bid on it, and I'd have been in jail, and they'd have gotten rich, and the buildings would have got built, but I'd have been in jail. No good. I know I had to get out of there, and I could hardly wait. And they had that was common. If you get the 48 months in, you're out of here. I know it might have been 42 months. I think it was 48.
And were there locals that were around that saw like soldiers, foreigners as like a potential source of income? Like were there people trying to scam, or salesmen running around?
Those I didn't see.
You didn't see?
No, I saw them, but I did see those that were close to the officials near the. I don't know how they got on the field, but officials that got onto the field, that drifted around, drove around, and got to the gates of the camp. Mm-hmm. Those are the ones I saw. They even came into the ball yard. That's how nice it was.
I wonder if that ball yard's still there.
I don't think so.
So, were you provost the whole time, your whole time there, for all 9 months?
All the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm, again, never had it so good. And don't forget how old I was. In 46, I'm 23 years old.
Yeah. And did all of your crew, did you guys just start peeling off one by one, getting sent home?
No, they got shipped home, but the EMs left much earlier. And the EMs, I got them all jobs. In the ice house, where they could sit on their ass, not do anything. I think I got like 4 of them in the same ice house. Ice was made, I don't know if you know that they used to have icemen and wagons carry the ice out. But at that time, it was a dying art, and that's why it was good for them. The others, I can't. Eddie, Harry, some of them got, Al, no, right away. He got out. Mitch got out right away. It could be that Al might have had a job as a test pilot. Mitch had a farm to go to. Mo had something in Pittsburgh that he had to go to. In other words, those that had spots waiting for them got out earlier. We didn't.
And what was there a turnover? Like at the end of your 9 months, did you turn over to somebody else, or did the place close down and everybody left?
No.
No.
No turnover.
No turn.
No closing down, I mean. Somebody else, they would bring somebody else in.
Yeah.
The vacancy occurred, it would stay vacant, like it was in my case when I came there. It wasn't that efficient.
And were they shipping off the Japanese prisoners of war to
That
Triangle?
I didn't see either.
No? Yeah.
I didn't. If they were, I didn't know it, but I don't think so.
And were you ever warned about, like, hey, this prisoner, he's
Never,
no.
never.
No.
They were all happy.
Yeah. And were they all mostly younger men? Were they like
Younger.
Yeah.
Younger men, and the baseball. I'm telling you, they came out to watch baseball if they weren't playing.
So how did you finally end up getting home?
A boat.
The boat. Yeah. And did you stop anywhere along the way? Did you stop in Hawaii, or did you go straight to San Fran?
Right to San Fran.
Yeah.
And Sheila went to San Fran, and while she was there, again, sweet, saintly, lovable. Somebody sold her a dog. She saw a little, give me the name.
Terrier.
Not a terrier, I wanted to say Dotson.
Yeah.
Not a Dotson. What a C.
Collie?
Big. A puppy, a little
Chihuahua.
Chihuahua. A Chihuahua. And as I don't know if you read it in there.
Yeah.
If animals, she loved animals. If the animal barked, especially.
Did you love that too?
Yeah, we had dogs.
Yeah. Okay.
We were birds of a feather in that. Anyway, she with the dogs. Anyway, she got the dog. Somebody, that little dog is for sale. You want to buy it? Give me $10. She bought the dog. Never thinking that, could she bring the dog home? And the trainer was okay. She was an officer, don't forget. She didn't live in a barracks. So in the train, she had probably a stateroom. I had a stateroom with another person. And we went home. And she went home, and she got into the Union Station, called her mother and father that she's home. And guess what? I got a doggie. You know what the mother said? Get rid of the dog. See, they had a business. The mother and father worked in it. Ben's Sweet Shop. They had no, who's going to take care of the dog? And I had, as a child, my mother loved dogs. And we always had a little puppy. We had to get rid of the puppy when Leonard and I went off to the service because I came out of a kosher home. And my mother couldn't wait in line anymore to get kosher meat because she was getting old. And she had diabetes and the knees and the back. And there were butcher shops weren't made with nice big couches to sit down and wait for your number to be called. You had to go to there was no place to go. Couldn't go to Jewel, couldn't go, as she said, the Red Owl. But when I was in college, we sent our clothing home to be washed. I don't know if you know that. They were fiber boxes. By, what's the name of the company? Parcel Post. Is that the name?
UPS or
UBS. UPS.
UPS, yeah, United
UPS.
Parcel
Yeah.
Service.
And they would pick up we'd fill them up with our clothes, send them home, and it was a day's delivery. They went home on Saturday. They got them on maybe they got them on Sunday. On Monday they were washed, and Monday or Tuesday, Tuesday we had them back. United Parcel. Our dog Tippy, when my clothes would come home, my mother said Tippy would sleep in the box because she smelled me. When I got commissioned and I got a pass to come home, not only did I see everybody to say goodbye, I went to visit my doggie. I'll never forget it as long as I live. It was given to one of my dad's best friends. And he had a home, and he had a clothesline from the back of his house to the back of his lot. And on it was a line so the dog could roam while he was at work. And when I came to visit him, I was outside. The dog smelled me. And I heard the yelping in the backyard. And I hit that fence running. You know, when you hit the fence, you hit it with your belly. You could flip over. So I flipped over into the fence, and I spent an hour or so loving up my dog, and the dog licking and loving me. And when I left, wailing, unbelievable. Sheila, we had this dog. Our kid's the same way. Marla had a dog. She's now married, University of Nebraska. Larry's still in law school. She's teaching. They got a dog. One day, Sheila and I go to visit. Jeremy is born. He's the baby, so she would occasionally put him on the couch, go to the kitchen, get some water, or whatever the hell was needed. But one day she came back, and the dog didn't leave her get near the baby. Guess what? He'd buried a bone in the cushions. So we took the dog from her. She didn't know what to do. You can't kill him. They have to, with Nikki, Sheila would have Nikki.
And
Morning, noon, and night.
what was the process for getting out of the Army, of getting out of the Air Force?
It's called separation. Officers are never discharged, you're separated. We go to camp, if I remember correctly. We sign a bunch of papers. I don't think we're there more than a day. And then we bus home.
And was that, you do that right in San Francisco?
Yeah, right in San Francisco. And then got the train.
And they just pay for your train ticket? And
No pay.
no pay?
No freebies. They're paid for. We got no money. Remember, I told you it's a good organization. I got off at the Union Station. I called. My brother came back to pick me up. He was home already. And now remember, they gave us our service medals. You know, we never had that going over. Coming back, we got them.
Yeah.
And he looked at me and he says, now, as a flying officer, you get air medals,
Pacific, did you get a Pacific or
yeah, all those.
the Victory
But
Medal?
remember, I had now another one. I was in the Japanese theater of operation. I had that one, and then I had the Congressional, not the Congressional Medal of Honor, but
That's the other one.
I had a bunch of medals. You know,
Yeah.
not medals, but
The ribbons. The stack.
ribbons, yeah.
Yeah.
He says, Jesus Christ, he says, you look like Hap Arnold. You know, and I never realized it because the wings, instead of being on here, were up here. You know, with like 3, 4 rows of ribbons. Oh, good conduct. I don't know.
National defense.
Yeah,
all the.
you know, meaningless. Anything else?
What was the homecoming like when you saw your parents?
My mother was a basket case. My dad would say that she would listen to the radio every day, and every flight that went down, I was on it. I was only on the ones that got shot down. There was a lot of them that got shot down. I'm not kidding you. If that book, then Unbroken, we lost 6,000 airmen a month for every day of the war. Just think that, a month. Now, a lot of them were in training, but a lot were in combat too. It's hard, people don't realize that. But the book had it absolutely perfect. The book had it perfect.
So then what was next? Did you just jump right back into school, or?
I went back to school, but locally, Roosevelt College had just opened.
And did you use a GI Bill? Sorry.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Sure, money, you know, we held out careful with the money. But then my dad was sick, and my brother and I jumped into the business almost immediately. And we were able to make a fair living. We weren't setting the world on fire by any means, but we were making a fair living until we got opened up to that real estate. And that was the business that lasted us 30 more years. That's what brought us over the hump.
What did you study at Roosevelt?
I don't know, nothing, just anything leading to a degree in business. And I only did that for a semester. I just, I don't need this. You know, my son said the same thing. When he got his MBA, University of Chicago, not a slouch. He says, he doesn't feel he did anything. He learned anything that he didn't already know. So a lot of that you see on TV, a lot of that is true. That's why you like schools that teach kids how to make a living. You know, technology, that you can make a living at least. This, you're out in the street and you're looking for a guy to help keep his books that you don't know anything. You have to learn how to keep his books from him. You know, it's goofy.
And do you feel like the military service you did, do you think that prepared you for life as a civilian?
I'll tell you why. And I didn't need it. All it did is accentuated it. It reminded me of it. Discipline, hard work, discipline, focus, and stay away from people that are garbage. Because there's a lot of garbage. And your job is to separate yourself from the garbage. If you're selling an item, he'll lie to you why he doesn't need it. Because he wants to get rid of you. Garbage. Say I don't, tell him why. If you came to me, you were selling me something. If I didn't want it, I would tell you, don't even bother to come. Because because I'm not going to buy it. That was what the military did for me. Focus, discipline, nothing like that I give them credit for. Plus the fact that they can tell you where you're at anywhere in the world in 10 minutes while feeding and clothing you and paying you on top of it. Everything else they do is understandably difficult to do, but accept it. Life is never perfect.
And I know you said you stayed in touch with, did you stay in touch with everybody from your crew for a little while afterwards, or no?
Eddie. We all had families to support. We had to work. I told you, I worked 7 days a week, morning, noon, and night. And the real estate business was yet even worse, because those who didn't pay the rent, you can't give a bad job, asking somebody to go out, be a collector for you. Mm-hmm. You have to do it yourself. You could bring them along to show them what you're doing, and sometimes protect yourself. Because a guy that's out of money is desperate. He'll do anything. So you got to be protected. See, why don't you carry a baseball bat? Use a baseball bat, you go to jail. Can't do that either. Do everything the right way. Be patient, do it the right way.
And what did Sheila do when she got home?
An angel. Did you read what it said there? The first 100 years, she said this was nothing. The first 100 years were nothing. Taking care of a family is something. Serving overseas with soldiers that are sick is nothing compared to taking care of a family. And she raised the family, without a doubt. Without a doubt. All I did was provided the ammunition. I covered the overhead, period. But she did everything. Everything. And everybody loved her. Before I moved in here, this was a condo. We only moved here. We had a very nice house, but all the kids were gone. This is what the hell do we need a big house? She wants to buy a condo. I says, where? We live in Lincolnwood. There's one being built right at Lincoln and Tully. I said, you know anybody there? Yeah, her girlfriend moved in there. She'd like to be there. But promise me you won't be in the board of directors because nobody will talk to me. So I says, good. I went there with her and I bought it. This was the apartment.
And what did you guys, did she always have a soft spot? Because she seems like a nurturing person, a caring person. So after the kids are gone, did she go back into nursing? Did she?
It's a good question. One day she says to me, well, this is before we're out of the house. We're going over here. We're in the house, kids are gone. And she says, isn't there any room for me in your office? I thought she just, her natural way of trying to help everything she did. So I says, well, do you need a job? Smart ass. She says, no, I just, because the kids are gone. And it went in one ear, out the other. One day I got up, went down, had breakfast. We were living in the house before the condo. She said, I got to get out of here. I got a job. I said, what are you talking about? She went and got a job. That's the way she was. She was polite, courteous. No, move on. She went and got a job. When she kept asking me, I thought she was joking. She got a job. the file clerk or someplace on Elston Avenue. So I laughed. I just laughed it off. I figured she'll get plenty tired of that if you listen to the crap that I'm listening to every day. Guess what? It didn't take less than a week. She's out there promoting me. I says, holy moly. I says, well, you got to give him 2 weeks' notice. She says, why? I said, you can come. I didn't know that you really meant it. That's the kind of a person, soft-spoken, quiet, just tell you what you should hear. If you don't want to listen to it, that's okay too. She didn't care. I told you the story about the dog. We came to Lincoln. Marla's got the dog. She can't go see her kid. We took the dog home. You know, the dog had epilepsy too. Got home with the dog. She fed, nurtured the dog. And one day, I came, in the wintertime, you could see to the bedroom, because I would tell you, I would come home. She's walking the dog at night in piles of snow. To jump, a dog is jumping, and she has to leap with him. I would come home, sometimes she's laying in bed, and the dog was laying on my pillow, and the dog would do this. When I'd come in, I said, Nicky, get out. I've got to get in bed. He wouldn't leave me in bed, just like he was with the bone that he had buried. There was nobody, and there's nobody. I know you think this guy's nuts. He's not nuts. I'm not nuts. I still have my marbles. There was nobody like her. Anybody in the whole world. If you read the eulogies, if you read them careful, it tells you everything. My father would say, if you've talked to my dad in the last 2 decades, you've heard what a wonderful person my mother is, and she's a saint, and she's like Saint Teresa. She's the best. She's beautiful and a movie star. Did you read that one?
Yeah.
Did you read that one? Let me see him.
Here you go. Here's this one, and then there's these.
Oh, here.
These
Let me
three.
read this to you. If you've conversed with my father for more than 5 minutes during the last couple of decades, you know that my mom was an Army nurse. She was more beautiful than any movie star. She never said a bad word about anybody in her lifetime. She was kinder and more selfless than Mother Teresa. The amazing thing is, it's all true. My mom's unofficial nickname was Saint. And if your family gives you a nickname like that, you know you can believe it. My mom also loved books. Oh, she loved books. The Tribune crossword, the jumbled, licorice of any color, or hot dogs and assless Mavati. She loved Elvis, Holly, Rod Stewart, and any animal she met, especially if it barked. After a stint as a psychiatric nurse on the island of Guam during World War II, you would think being a wife and a mother would be a walk in the park. However, she often told us kids that her time on Guam was the happiest, most carefree time of her life, and referred to her time as a suburban stay-at-home mom as the first 100 years. I don't think that statement reflects poorly on her in any way. Mom was a truth teller. Oh, never even a trace of I got to give you this story. She never complained, even when her knees and back were aching. She had 2 knee replacements, and she was up for any outing. She joined the Army to see the world, and after her kids were grown, my father would take her to Europe, Asia, Africa to continue her quest for adventure. Every place. We traveled everywhere. She was a wonderful friend, a non-judgmental listener, and never shared a confidence. I mourned my mom 10, 15 years ago when she began to pull away. After caring for her parents and in-laws. She told me, I never thought this would happen to me. Now I remember her way. She was someone I looked up to, an attainable role model, a best friend, and to my lasting good fortune, my mom. There was nobody like her. My dad died. She was there. I mean, I'm telling you, there was nobody like her. You've heard that term a million times. Nobody like her, even in her last moments. Even in her last moments. Not a complaint. She just stopped eating. 2 days later, she was dead. You don't know the blow that it's been to me and my kids. You don't know. It's an angel, but a good friend of mine says she's at last at peace. She's with the good Lord. And baby, that was the right words to say. I'm involved in wrestling, I think I told you. I got boxes for us in St. Louis, the Nationals, just like they were on the 17th and 19th in New York. I know you guys don't watch it, but I do. And this was in St. Louis. So we invited everybody we knew, Northwestern for sure, Illinois, everybody. The whole country goes to see the NCAAs. The auditorium is jam-packed. In it is a guy you heard of. You've heard of him. He's dying. His name is J. Dennis Hastert. You know him.
Yep.
And the stuff that they say about him, nobody can believe. Nobody can believe it. I met him, and my daughter was in Batavia. I'm in Geneva. I met him in Batavia. I want to show you how honorable he was. He says, Alvin, we were talking in his office, but that was the private office. Across the street was his congressional. He kept the two apart, the legislative office and the local office. Legislative was here. Here was, you did all the BS to raise the money for the voting.
The financing.
He wouldn't, he wouldn't do it together. We had to walk across the street, and he gives me a pamphlet. You ought to join this. I mean, that's the kind of a guy he was. He wouldn't do, the two didn't mesh. How could he have possibly? I went down to the Illinois, the coach there. I know everybody in wrestling. He comes over to me, the Illinois coach, a very nice guy. Heffernan, I know, you know where he was coach at? St. Mel's. Providence. That's why he's the coach at Illinois. He was there for years. He could have been a college coach years ago. He was just a real nice guy. He comes over to me at the baseball field when what's his name? My grandson is the new catcher. And he says, Alvin, I'm so happy to see you. Can you believe this? I know what he was talking about. I said, I can't either. None of us can. We're absolutely, and I know the guy's going to die because they said recently in a newspaper, he had a stroke, he had a heart attack, he'll die, he won't go to jail because he'll die. And he was a nice guy. He walks over to Sheila at the St. Louis Nationals. This is 10, 15 years ago. Sheila would never say a false word. He says, do you enjoy this, Sheila? Well, she can't say yes, because that's a lie. She'll never say no, that'll be offensive. She's searching. That's the kind of guy he was. He says, I'll help you. He says, I bet you'd say, you'd rather see grass grow. She said, yes. See the difference? That's how she was. There was nobody like her. And if you think I'm nuts, okay, you're entitled to your thoughts. I'm nuts.
Did she carry like a soft spot since she worked with wounded soldiers for so long? Did she carry a soft spot in her heart? Were you guys active in any veterans organizations? Or?
Nothing.
No.
Nothing. No popularity. Just do the job. Get everything done. I didn't belong. I never belonged to a post. I never belonged to a Veterans of Foreign, what do they call it?
VFW.
VFW. Veterans of
I
Foreign
mean, I
Wars.
like it. I never did. I had other interests. My wife, my family, my children, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren.
And did any of your children or grandchildren, did they serve in the military at all?
None of them.
None of them?
None
Would
of
you
them.
have been opposed to it or no?
No.
No.
I'm telling you, I keep telling everybody, if you haven't got anything better, take the military. Because when you get old, you're going to need the benefits that they're able to give you that you didn't prepare for. And I'm telling it to you too. Anybody that you know, if they're not happy in what they're doing, they'll be less happy doing it than they will, and they got a job right away with the roof, the food, the clothing, but more importantly, the benefits at the end of the day.
Now, if I may say, it seems like you had a very positive military experience. Was there ever any duty that you didn't like, that you didn't enjoy when you were in?
I didn't like hiking or remaining overnight in a muddy field, sleeping in the dirt. I didn't like that. As strange as it may seem, I never ran into anybody I didn't like. Now that's amazing. If I didn't like them, I'd get away from them. So I never got a chance to really unlike them. If you know what I mean. That was the training that I had. I came from that culture. I was lucky. I had the right parents. And I was lucky I listened.
And we touched on anti-Semitism a little bit. Your wife was in the military. How much interaction did you have with women when you were in, like female service members? And how much interaction did you have with African Americans? Because that was a new thing.
That was brand new. Mm-hmm. My only action with African Americans was as the officer of the guard in the Philippines, mm-hmm. I noticed that because he had to go to every division on Nichols Field. Now some of them are service connected, some of them are the warriors, the infantry divisions had disappeared. But they had to fall out for roll call. And then I was in a Jeep and I went from facility, squadron to squadron, battalion to battalion. The Negroes came out, they weren't dressed. They were in underwear. They didn't pay attention. And the people that were with their superiors had run out of gas. You're supposed to fall out full dress.
Sure.
You come out dressed. As a cadet, we fell out with our ties on. We even got demerits, and we didn't have staples underneath to keep our collars down. These guys are coming out in their underwear. They just got up. I said, what is this? I knew that they were not trained. They were untrainable, unfortunately. And I knew that they were going to have problems. And we're seeing it today. We've been seeing it forever. Does that mean that I'm angry against it? No, I'm not. You know why they're untrainable? Because you allowed them to be untrainable. Because you didn't train them. Every day you open up the newspaper, there's 4 deaths here, 4 deaths there, 6 deaths here. It's like we're at war. Not good. They deserve as good a treatment as you're getting. Now you can't find people that'll do that. The policeman, you can't blame the policeman either. You find fault, do something about it. The policeman, he's protecting himself most of the time. Sure, some of the times he isn't. To do it any differently, you're a racist. I wouldn't do that. I would put forth an effort to help. You didn't do it. Not you or me. We're involved, and we're not doing our duty. People that are down, you got to help them. If there's a way to help them, I don't know how. If I knew how, I would. The guy that you got, what's your friend's name? The Donald, the guy you told me to vote for?
Somebody else. I didn't tell anybody to vote for anybody.
I know. It's a very difficult picture. Very difficult. But that's what democracy is all about. Democracy stinks, but all the others are far worse.
Yeah. And is there, as we kind of wrap up, is there any story that, or any question that you thought that I would ask that I didn't ask, or any story that you wanted
very
to tell?
good. You've revived a lot of thoughts that I didn't have, that I would have never given you, had you not asked me the questions. There's a couple that went in my mind and out. But if I recall them, I'll send you an email.
Yeah,
do you have a card?
I do. You can contact me through Tom.
Do you have a card?
Did you bring my card?
I believe I have one.
Tom Webb.
But, and then is there anything that you would like, you know, these interviews are for posterity, they're for future generations. What would you want the future generations to take from your experiences and your wife's experiences?
Everything I gave you.
Yeah. Don't.
I didn't think to bring one. You have my email.
Yeah, that's good enough. Don't worry about it, Brian.
So,
Yeah, I
beautiful.
have your email. I'll send you mine. You can give it to him.
Well, Alvin, Mr. Goldstein,
Alvin.
me personally, and from Pritzker Military Museum, and Tom, I'm sure, thank you very much for your time and your story. Thanks for spending the day with us today.
Thank you
Appreciate it.
for coming here, especially.